Yep. 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 Let me know who's in the building because, it's time to go in a little bit. It's time to go in. I think that a lot of people should take in consideration of what I'm going to say. Shout out to a black man being brutally honest because this black man is going to be brutal and honest. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm tired of all these people saying this ridiculous, disingenuous BS about the great opportunities that black boys have currently in this country. I'm getting sick of this shit. I'm getting sick of these so-called intelligent people trying to say that black boys have all these great opportunities and scholarships when you know damn well they don't qualify for them. They're going to make all kinds of roadblocks for them not to qualify. And they're going to say the first thing we're going to say is, well, the black boys, it starts at home. Then I'm going to say to you, where does the education at home gets predicated towards? I'm talking to you, gay bay. Passive aggressive, throw the rock and try to hide your hand. If only 10% of boys in the eighth grade can read on level, how the fuck can you possibly be qualified for a scholarship? Riddle me that, Batman. How? How? Do you hear their mothers telling black boys you need to go get an education so you don't have to depend on no woman or no system? And then once they get to school, what do you have? Predominantly female teachers. In this country, white female teachers at that. You expect black boys to make a miracle out of their ass without cultivating. There's no cultivating black boys. Not at the home, not at the educational institutions, not even in trades, because you took the trades out. But every time somebody tries to explain the simple fucking fact that they feminize the educational system is not created for boys, especially not for black boys. You could post, the worst thing about it? It's the equivalent of saying to a slave while he's chained to a wall, you can make it to freedom if you could get loose. What's up, Son of Top Raw? Chaos Rain, All Star G. You're telling that slave that he can make it anywhere to freedom, but he's chained to the fucking wall. That's what the equivalent of what you're doing. Well, just like some Yahoo try to say, well, you're trying to play victim. If a female said that she was SA, would you tell her she's playing victim? When you educationally castrate and assault a black boy's intellect and do not cultivate him, is he not a victim as well? If you're being preyed upon by a greater entity, are you not a victim? See, I'm getting tired of all these bullshit narratives. Oh, that boy got these opportunities. Like, these motherfuckers are so fucked up in the world, they can't get them. Number one, nobody tells black boys about the scholarships. Number two, you got to jump through so many hoops to even obtain the money. How is the funds in the educational system allocated? Do we talk about that? See, a lot of you brothers out there, the only time you really well, it's not like that exactly. But a lot of times, a lot of brothers out there really need to stop this narrative. Because the more you try to shut down people who's been doing the research, who's been teaching these students, and try to shut down the truth, not their truth, not your truth, but the absolute unabated truth, the more you're going to lose your fight, the more you're going to lose your cause. Because there's plenty of brothers out there who want to talk about, oh, black men just want to be victims. Wait a minute. If I'm on the lowest of the totem pole, the most arrested, the most incarcerated, the least educated, the most homeless, the most persecuted, yeah, I'm a victim. Especially when you went out of your way to take affirmative action and civil rights away from me. How many black male politicians do you have in this country right now? For every one black male, you got six females. How many college graduates do we have for boys compared to the girls? How many times do we have to compete with our own damn women to get sustainable jobs to take care of a family? Here comes some idiot. Well, you compare yourself to the women. Yes, you are going to do that. To say anything differently would totally be disingenuous. Because, once again, throw the rock, hide your hand. Well, the women, no, no. Explain to me, when women get high paying jobs, do they look to take care of the family? But somehow, some way, men still have to be men. Men still have to be providers. Men still have to be the raisers of families. But you want to sit here and tell me about all these opportunities. What happened to my brother's keeper? How many Negroes fought against that? You allow black women and white men to shut that shit down and guilt trip you. And let's really get this straight. Y'all are so quick to let black women and white men guilt trip you off of taking care of your own and yourself above all else. You let the most treacherous beings in the world. Well, you can't blame the women. You can't compare yourself to the women. Why not? They're not going to be accosted. They're not going to be pulled over because you have a nice car and you're young and black. There's a high likelihood if you start a family, they're going to be the ones to take you away from one. Nobody wants to tell the truth to young black boys about how the real world works, especially for black men. All this talk about picking boys up, we should pick ourselves up by our bootstraps when we're barefoot. We don't even have sandals, dude. If these scholarships are so plentiful, why aren't black boys hearing about it? What are the requirements? Oh, they're just going to give this damn money away like free of charge? Here you go, school. No, no, no. And how many of these guys coming from the colleges donating back? Because there's a good little segment of you talking about you, gay bay, who wants to talk about the black community and then throw your nose at it because you wanted the lucky Negroes to make it out and think you're not black. You want to thumb your nose up in the air. Oh, well, I'm good. I'm good. Well, y'all niggas, like, who the fuck are you? Are you not black? If that's your mindset, why are you over here? Well, why are you motherfuckers right now? I'm gonna say this. Why are you in the black manosphere? Go to the white manosphere. Oh, they're gonna kick you out. Oh, they're kind of racist, some of them. Oh, they probably don't like you too much. But what's the point? What's the point when you have all these naysayers? You're trying to act like a victim. Maybe we should act like victims. What happens if black men start holding people accountable for their mistreatment, their miseducation? What if we had a class action lawsuit? What are we getting out of this? You can't even give tutors to the schools for these young boys. How many of these guys are coming back into the neighborhoods and teaching the kids? How much how much incentive is there for young black boys to further their education? How much? How much incentive? Many a times your mother don't even check your work. Your mother don't even want to care. I want you to really think about this shit. Senator Ross said, "We don't go over there like they don't come over here. Good fences make good neighbors." Exactly. Shout out to Pan African Hannibal. Exactly. You have to file it against public schools. As you know, Baltimore gets more money than probably 3 to 4 cities in America for their for not only regular education but special education. I really want you to think about this. We have to really take a very honest look and see what the landscape holds. Too many, and I do mean too many people want to talk about this victimhood shit. Are you going to tell the victim of a crime they are a victim? Stop being a victim? No, you're not. But when it comes to black boys, oh, you're just putting up this victim narrative. Or maybe I'm just telling the goddamn truth. Maybe I'm just putting up the truth. What about that? You put up a scholarship or you put up some benefits for young black men, and we're going to sit here and act like almost 70% are doing well? No. I mean, let's be very. It's not even just, what's up, Sheila? It's not even just out of date. It's just fucking corrupt. You don't focus on the boys anymore. It's so corrupt. And out of time, it's not even fucking funny, man. I mean, what do you expect young men to do? I mean, it's getting sickening. It gets old. You're a bunch of heartless people who don't give a damn. Well, black men shouldn't be the fetus. Uh-uh-uh. Kareem, what's up? Bit of truth said, stop, start taking home. Well, take home economics, shopping class, gym out of the school systems and had a bigger effect than we thought. Well, it's like BGS said, the system's effeminate. They feminize the schools. I'm getting very tired of this shit. Well, you're not making sense, Charles. Okay, try me. Let a starving man go out there into the world. Put some bananas up there that's too high for him to reach, even with a pulley. He can't get it out. It gets crazy, man. You want to dangle fruit in front of a starving man and put it out of reach. And then you expect him somehow, by the miracle of God, to get his shit together. And let's say by the eighth grade. I'm just surprised that a lot of people who talk about young black boys, I have to ask this one question: what have you done for them? Because I'll tell you what I've learned in the past few years. You look down upon them. You treated them like they had leprosy. You treated them like they weren't supposed to be anything worthy to speak nor ask of your intelligence or experience. Well, I'm gonna do a panel. I just got to get this shit out of my breath. Don't worry, I'm gonna do a panel. And thank you, King Cosmo. Meanwhile, illegal immigrants asking for millions of dollars in aid while have to rot in order to get anything. And that's if we even get it. Reparations, anybody? It's kind of funny. The people who built the country benefits the least from the country. Ain't that about a bitch? Hit that Cash App. Hit that PayPal. Hit that like button. We're coming up here and we're gonna get a bunch of this negative publicity. We're gonna be told that, well, they got plenty of scholarships out there. How many of these boys can attain them? Nobody wants to answer that question. I'm just wondering to these days, do people actually look at the ramifications of what's going on? Do you know we're about to be in a very hard time, especially with Iran, Russia, and China, North Korea? You can put up all the posts about scholarships for young black boys, but that's like having to cure the AIDS and you're not Magic Johnson or HIV. Having treatment for HIV back then and you are Magic Johnson, that was a death sentence. Well, my insurance can't cover that. Oh well. But I'm going to sit here and listen to a bunch of yahoos. And then I got to ask myself, are a lot of you motherfuckers really children, fathers of these black boys? And if so, are you going to be realistic about their blackness? Or are you going to be like, well, we're going to raise them not to see color? Do you think that Asian is not raised to see color? All Star G said, I've lost all respect for the U.S. government due to the mistreatment of black men and boys. If you would have been fair and if they would have been honest and given all the opportunities they were supposed to give black boys, this country would be 500 years more advanced than any other country. But you know what? You suffer because you want to stay on top because of your so called whiteness. Your ego gets in way of your business. Your ego gets in way of your growth. Hey, is that the Sean I think it is? You working today, Sean? Is that capital, Sean? Think about it. And I'm glad you said we be thriving because it's by a miracle of all the gods and all the ancestors that we do. Guys like you and I are not the norm. We're special. We're rare. Okay? I have to realize, as a father of a black son, I have the task of telling him what. Oh, man. Different Sean. Okay. I have the unenviable task of telling that boy how the real world is. Should I prepare him for it? Yes. Should I hide it from him? No. But here's the part of why it's so important for black boys as a group and not just your son to excel. Because those who cannot excel become marauders and they're going to take what they cannot receive. When a child stands outside of the village because he can't feel its warmth, it will burn it down just so it can stay warm. Hello. I want you to do that. What's up, Black Noir? What you got to say about this?
What's up, brother? It's been a while, man. I'm actually driving home while I talk to you, but the thing that you're speaking on right now is something that I've been seeing for quite some time, and it's very, very sad as the fact that people don't really look at it as an issue because it's not their problem. And the way that the school system is making everything based on individualism instead for community is gonna constantly be a problem. So our community right now, everybody's trying to identify everything as a personal problem because it's not their problem.
You're absolutely right. Think about it. Why can't your son make it into the military? You know why? Because they got a goddamn thing called an ASVAB. Did you make that boy read to you to bring up his reading and his reading comprehension? How's his math? People forget that ASVAB will break you off a half an ass. But yet, it's everybody's problem once these motherfuckers start coming onto the street and forming gangs. That's what happens when when you don't have enough jobs, supplies.
Even more than that, brother. Even more. Crap. Is that me?
Go ahead, man. Oh,
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was just saying even more of that, like right now, like the stuff that people are seeing around the world. When it comes to like the enlistment rate, let's see if there's a problem then. Because if people can't even pass the ASVAB, I mean, they can only lower their standards to so much. Oh, my bad. I'll continue. So it's like education is the one thing that separates, people from different classes, right? The information, the ability to process information, or even to create. And in our community, if you look at history, you've seen that we have massive amounts of creators, massive amount of inventors, and for whatever reason, that kind of pissed off the wrong person, or I guess it was disrespectful to another cultural race. So they had to systemically make it harder for us, where we have to work 4 times as hard just to be at their basic level. It's crazy. And the issue is like you were talking about in the school system, is where you see it there too. Like they talk about equity, but it's like when it comes to black students, they have to do they have to do that much more. And then they're sitting here creating like easy, whatever you want to call it, situations for the opposite sex. You see it. I mean, it even goes up to the penitentiary system. Like, why is it where we have to get the short end of the stick out of all races in order to just to be considered someone that's like trying to have a seat at the table? It's outrageous. I'll
exactly,
stop right there.
exactly, and we're always questioning why do we need more. That's why I don't like it when people say, "Oh, there's scholarships." Can you? There's jobs to be a police officer. Do you know how many applications it take to get a class of 50 to 60? They got to go through 1,200. We're acting like these scholarships, the majority of the boys are going to be able to actually apply for these, and the answer is no. They're like trades are paying less. No, first of all, trades are paying more because we lost them skilled labormen. We are not producing tradesmen like we used to back in the 90s. And hell, probably not even back in the early 2000s. We always there we're not allowed to have a bad day or play victim. Well, that's Gay Bay, LAPD SWAT. Gay Bay always do that dumb shit. To answer Dave Teo's question, um, Charles Faulkner Jr., what would your list of attributes that a young black man should be to be exceptional? Excuse me. One, he has the ability to be taught. Two, he has to have testicular fortitude, the balls to try. Three, he must learn flexibility. He must be able to endure. That's one of
Uh,
the problems right there. Why don't you have a lot of guys coming from college with degrees? Because a lot of them can't endure it. A lot of think about this, right? I want y'all to think about this shit. Imagine going to a college campus these days, and as soon as you get there, you're always told that your masculinity is toxic. Imagine that shit, man. Your masculinity is toxic. Every time you walk on that damn campus, it's always some girl power this, girl power that. First black woman, who. First black woman who put on purple shoes. Oh, we got to celebrate. Think about that. Every time you go onto that college campus, the only thing you're good for is dick and female goddess worship. That's all you're good for. But then you want to go through all these classes, and most of these classes are going to talk about you have to somehow, your counselor says you have to take a woman's study course. So you got to go through a study with a goddamn feminist, a man hating feminist, probably a Marxist at that, and blame you for all the troubles that the black community has been bestowed upon. Not only that, you're on pins and needles for being there as a young black man. How many black boys you think are gonna survive that shit? And we're joined by Bitter Truth, aka also Embrace Villainy. What's up, Bitter?
Woo! What's going on?
How you doing, better?
What's going on?
But
I'm doing
I got guys here telling me there's so many opportunities for black males. Why the fuck are we the most homeless? Why the fuck are we the least educated? Niggas, are you serious? You niggas will fight against your own best interests. A motherfucker can hand you a gas mask during a fucking mustard gas attack, and you'll fight against it. Well, you know, the education starts at the home. Duh.
I got a question, Charles. I got a question for you and for Bitter.
Go ahead.
How can you hate something that you need?
Easy. It's called the black community.
Wow. I mean, you know, look, here's how I see it. I mean, you can trace this all the way back to slavery, which is funny because when on my other channel, when I would always start with slavery, people would, oh, here you go, you know. But ever since then, the way black women have seen us be treated by white enslavers, all the way up until now, I would say up until the Home Act, which was the destruction of the civil rights movement. We as men were fighting to protect our women and children from the Emmett Till effect.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas our women and some of these cucks out here were fighting for a white pat on the head. And when we got the Home Act, you saw exactly what happened. Women in droves abandoned black men. And then in the 80s, the government tried to quelch it. They tried to squash it by giving black women or young black girls who at least had a C average in high school, giving them scholarships because they didn't want another generation to be on welfare. That was just supposed to be a temporary fix to destroy us. But it worked so well that they kept it, but they still needed to eliminate all those roles, you know, as far as people on the welfare rolls. I mean, why do you think teen pregnancy just blew up? Came out of nowhere in the 80s. Those 70 babies became teenagers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you had all, and do keep in mind, these weren't a lot of age appropriate parents. This wasn't 15 on 17.
No, they were
Right.
chasing older men.
Right. They were at least 5 to 10 years older. All right. 5 to 10 years older, out of high school, getting these girls pregnant. At any rate, I mean, you see how they brag about their degrees, but I mean, you ask them what did they get a degree in, and are they using their degree at work? Are you working in the field in which you got your underwater basket weaving degree? Are you weaving baskets underwater? No. Oh, okay. And how much do you owe the government in student loans? Oh, 70K. Okay. Plus that huge ass interest that they put on. Okay. Yeah, you'll be paying that off till you die. At any rate, these boys, because mommy is out working, partying, doing whatever, these boys get ignored. As do the girls in so many words. They get trained how to be prostitutes, while the boys are trained how to be the very men that these girls all over these TikToks and social media whatnot. What's her name? Cynthia G. You're complaining about the very men that black women raised to be like that. You're having babies with these men. Well, should I say these males?
Not only you're having babies, but then you have the fucking audacity to complain about them.
Right. And that's why it's like I don't see it as complaining. I see it as bragging as a form of complaining. Like Glorilla said, hey, be toxic in your 20s. And that's exactly what we have. We have a lot of young black girls that are toxic. They're toxic in before they even hit school because they're trained that way. They're trained that way. They're easily susceptible. Go ahead.
They're trained to be disrespectful. Let's just say it out there. Not just toxic, disrespectful.
Whatever. I do what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why there are all these body cam videos of you. It's like, wow, like the cop is showing tremendous restraint because I would have suplexed your ass 2 minutes ago. You'd have been maced and tased and cuffed like within a minute. Because I'm not gonna put up with that lip. You don't. No. Charles, I don't think you could be a cop today.
Well, I'm still a cop. I'm still a cop just for college.
You know what I mean? On the street cop, you couldn't walk a beat today. You've been done got fired for punching somebody in the mouth. He's on body cam.
But to that point, let me say something to that point because I was kind of meditating on this for a bit, and I was waiting for Charles to come in on Sunday before I had to go to sleep and going to work early, but I just couldn't stay up. But to that point, right, the way that they brag about their privilege is amazing because think about it. So we're going to talk about, let's say our community versus any other community in that same scenario that you just brought up. So if Charles was to suplex a chick versus someone from another community suplex a chick, and it was rightfully so, let's say something happened where a weapon was drawn or something like that, and Charles had to defend his life. Why is the punishment to excessive force different for people in our community than anyone else, even though it was justified?
It doesn't work like that anymore. It doesn't work like that anymore. Ever since the Biden administration, it doesn't work like that anymore. Actually, George, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually, since the Obama administration.
Oh, well, yeah.
Read the 21st Century of Policing. I've told people to read that shit. It's online. It's online. This kindly, gently, and I'm asking this question. Would I want any of those guys on Bitter Truth Show to back me up? No, hell no. I mean, when BGS and PK tried to explain to Gay Babe, everybody's favorite passive-aggressive Negro, why you could pull up on the internet all these scholarships for black boys. What's the fucking, like, here's my shit. Hey, Bitter. Hey, Noir.
Yep.
What if I gave you a car, but the caveat is the car has no engine? What good does it do you?
I'll find an engine.
Would that car do you any good right now if it doesn't qualify as a vehicle?
No, it's not. It's not even a vehicle.
That's
not
the
immediately.
Still a vehicle.
That's the equivalent of what they're talking about scholarships for black boys. You're
Let
not.
me caveat off of that. So I kind of knew what you were going with, and it kind of happened to me. So say like someone gave me a frame of a car with no engine, right? The expectation was like, okay, you're gonna just have to make do with what you got, right? So then I go and I find an engine and I put it in the car and I make it work. Now all of a sudden I have to get that car back because that's not what was originally given to me.
Oh wow, yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. And it's usually a parent. It's usually a parent that does that.
Yep. You got to give it back now. You fixed the problem.
Because the lesson wasn't to teach you how to grow. The lesson was to watch the pain in your face as you fail.
Yeah.
And want to see you suffer.
Yeah. It's like,
keep in mind, we're talking about your own parents now. Usually a mother.
Usually. Just to torture the fuck out of you. Just to torture the fuck out of you.
You're not supposed to be that happy or that resourceful.
No. We're gonna take.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And here's the craziest part about it. Because, matter of fact, Dr. Dunbar, if you're free, and Ray Hammer. Here's the link if y'all want to come up. Because I know Ray was watching that shit last night. And it's funny because I keep saying, people want to say, oh, BGS, call your dogs down. I'm like, number one, I'm not a dog, I'm a lion. That's hence the point of Black Lion. Number two, I don't always agree with BGS. And he would tell you. BGS will tell you the person who scrutinized every word he says the most is me. He will tell you that right now. How much do me and Babe been knowing each other for a minute as well? Do I not scrutinize every fucking word somebody tells me in this space?
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I am an asshole when it comes to that shit. You better come with super facts before I believe a goddamn word you come from. And when we tried to tell him this shit, PK even asked him, are you black? And what's really sickening is when you get some of these Negroes who get a little bit of education, you turn your back on the community and say, well, go get yours.
You know what? I don't know what's going on, but let me finish a statement I was making. So the thing about it is, the reason why they set you up for failure like that is because, okay, like let's say it's your mother that did that to you. The reason why she set you up for failure like that is because probably in her past, your father may have promised her a car, okay, and he wound up getting her a POS. And all the money she put into it, she'd have been better off getting a new car. She probably wound up losing it. So, understand little petty things like that, those be revenge things. Yeah, those be revenge things that happen way before you were born, or maybe, or you had nothing to do with it. All right. And as far as educated people, I don't know what's going on, so this is in reference to nothing. This is just a general statement. I don't have time for the arguing. The thing about it is, what I've discovered is the Claude Anderson effect, where you really do physically try to help your people out, try to tell them what's right and wrong, etc., and they turn their back on you. And then when stuff goes left, now it's like Noah's Ark. You got your hand out. You want me, get me on the boat. It's too late. I'm sorry. I've built my kingdom. I'm not going to let somebody that's a destructive force tear down what I built, be it my peace, my house, my business, whatever it is. You're not going to come in and destroy it. I'd rather do it without you than with you.
Can I caveat off of that?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So right now, and I'm actually giving you some stuff from a podcast I was going to talk on, because I was going to talk from the base level. So there is a difference, because I'm not going to go into it, like just for the sake of respecting Charles' stream. There is a difference between the word culture and behavior, right? And the issue is that this culture has been passed down ever since the handout from welfare has been given by Lyndon B. Johnson. So that's a culture that's been passed down all the way till today. So it's easier for someone to ask somebody to give it to them, even though it's scraps, right? Versus them learning how to do it for themselves. So they will watch you because they can't really process the information to see you do what you're doing. They'll probably work against you because it's just in their behavior to do that, right? Consciously or subconsciously. But once you get through and then you have proven yourself, right? Listen to what I'm saying very closely. Once you have proven yourself to them, now it's time for you to share with the community, because you're supposed to do that for the community. So it's kind of like asinine and backwards at the same time. But that's a culture that's been passed down, what I can say, since Lyndon B. Johnson. And there's only a few people that will actually say, no, I'm going to do for me. I'm going to build for my community. If anything, if I have to start a brand new community with friends who understand where I'm coming from, then now it turns into a cultural warfare, because now you're fighting against people that don't want that for their kids, i.e. single moms. I'm done.
You know what, when you talk about culture, and I've asked this question, Charles, you've heard me ask this question very sporadically.
Yep.
Because right now you got a lot of, what's up, AUHD? You got a lot of people who are right now, they're like, okay, what's the guy, Kai Cenat? He talked about black culture, right? All right. And I asked the question, name 10 positive things about black culture. Like just right off the top of your head. Crickets. Why am I hearing crickets?
Oh, you're asking that? I didn't know. I thought you telling
No,
something.
I was asking. Name 10 positive things. I mean, something that's cultural. 10 positive things.
I'll say inventors, educators, loyalty, strength, duty.
No. Cultural things.
Okay, so like going into culture, like, the amount of inventors that we had, like George Washington.
Cultural. I mean, things that we celebrate. Things that we celebrate.
Yeah, I'm going into that. Like George Washington Carver is a famous black inventor. Like we celebrate him every day by using his stuff. Like that's a black man. Like stuff like that, or are you talking about something completely different? Are you talking about like drill music and stuff like that, which is what we celebrate now?
Yes, I'm talking about things that we do on a specific day or something like that. Things, okay, like, like how Mexicans get together or Latinos, when they get together, it's usually a family event. A lot of beer, a lot of food, a lot of music. You understand? It's like festivals and everything.
Okay, I got you. So
right, things that we celebrate.
So I'm an 80s baby.
All across the diaspora of America.
Yeah, I got you. So I'm an 80s baby. So it's different from when I was growing up to the way it is now. Like back in the 80s, the way that they used to celebrate Black History Month, it was a real deal. But it's getting like less and less and less now. That was a big thing back in the 80s. So I'll say that. That's one. But if you want me to say more off the top of my head, I can't think of it. I'll just say Black History Month is one. I don't want to add Juneteenth, even though we celebrate it now. But I mean, if you want to say that, that's two.
We were celebrating Juneteenth for a while before the government came in and turned it into a national shitta day.
Yeah.
Whenever they get their hands on our stuff, It goes to shit. They commercialize it, and then it's dead. It's useless. It
Well,
loses
they
its
make
meaning.
money off of it. They make money off of us on like celebration days like that with the products that they produce.
My point in asking that question, though, is somebody asleep? my
That's
point.
all.
Okay. My point in asking that. My point in asking that question is for us to actually take a look at ourselves as far as how we're looked at in this country. And if we can't name 10 positive things about our culture, outside of inventions, and I guess what, barbecues, like there's no, I mean, and think about it. A lot of the things that we do as Black people that we celebrate, we call culture, it's really European American culture. Christmas, New Year's, okay, 4th of July. I mean, we even St. Patrick's Day. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
We
That's
celebrate
why.
this culture,
That's
but where's our culture? Our positive culture.
But that's why I named like specifically like Black History Month and then Juneteenth.
No,
For
I
those,
got you. I
for
got you.
those,
Now you see, I didn't argue about it.
yeah, okay.
But my thing is this: is that you really look at it. We as a people in this country, it's over. It's over. Our women our young women, young fertile women under the age of 35 have, they've glorified prostitution. You understand? They glorify prostitution to the point where they're talking about, either pay us for sex or we won't sleep with you at all. That whole 4B movement or whatnot. You really call yourselves trying to have a sex strike against men
What do you think
who,
this is, Chirac?
yeah, you're trying to have a sex strike against men who, in all honesty, don't really want to sleep with you anyway. And we already know the women who talk like that. We already know the type of men that they sleep with. All right, they sleep with Fel Antonio. All right, every time you turn around, if there's a news story about a man attacking a woman, you look at the dude and be like, well, like you clearly see that this dude is a problem. Or a woman attacking a man, it's always the low IQ branch of
Dysfunctional, ratchet.
right. I mean, if you look at some of these arrest videos, you see the men act just like the women with the "don't touch me" and "oh, you hurting me" and "I'm gonna sue." I mean, it's all that tough talking. All that tough talking. Knowing you ain't gonna
Does anybody remember the show Cops?
Yeah.
Inner Circle playing singing Bad Boys back in the day.
Back then, you knew if you ran from the cops, you was gonna get touched up.
Yep.
Oh,
Back then, unless you was high on drugs, you were very respectful.
If you ran, I mean, this is why. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add, like, even if you flinch, you're on the ground. This is before social media, before cameras, before phones, all that shit. So it's your word versus theirs. You got beat up, you failed. You got a broken tooth.
Don't forget the cops. Sorry, go ahead. Don't forget that I said Rodney King earlier, and I said don't forget cops can legally lie to a person, but it's a crime for you to lie to them.
1988, I remember that. Saw that on the news when I was a kid.
No, that was 91.
Oh.
No, that was 91, 92. Rodney King and everything. 88 would have been like
Berlin Wall.
I think Cleveland. Oh no, that's 89. 88 would be the Seoul Olympics or something like that. 88 would also be like,
It was
Golden
91.
Age of hip hop.
Okay.
Oh, it was 91.
Okay.
It was in
92
91.
was the white. No, 91 was Rodney King, and then after the acquittal of all four officers, you had the Wasp riots in 92.
Right.
All right, my bad. I'm not trying to take away from the conversation. That's my fault, y'all.
No,
My
it's
bad.
fine. I remember it very
Not
well. I
cool.
remember watching Reginald Denny get the crap beat out of him. He was in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
He wasn't by himself either. There were two other guys who were in the car with him.
Yeah.
That was fun. And if you remember when they testified, man, they were not helpful the way they talked and everything.
Of course not. I mean, it's like, first and foremost, why are you trying to drive a truck through this? Don't you see all that craziness up ahead? Dude, stop, turn around. What are you doing?
He was probably trying to get his paycheck, but he wasn't using his common sense.
Too stupid to not even lock the door and roll the window. I mean, that's the only way. It ain't like they broke the window to yank him out the truck.
Nope.
What's going on, man? They're in a slave revolt. Because that's what
Was he from out of town? Was the truck driver from out of town by any chance?
Yeah. He was a one
That explains it.
Dudes. He just didn't have a trailer. At any rate, we getting off topic.
Right, like you said, you were an 80s baby. What else there? I mean, music, you have music maybe, but nothing actually towards art.
Right. But the state of black manhood is just, if you do not have a fatherly father in the home, as a young black male, you in trouble. You in trouble. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you all of the fights. There's a fight video I got of a boy who knocked out another boy. He hit him so hard, dude hit his head, and he clocked him 2 more times because he called dude's mother a 304. She got an OnlyFans. It's a high school boy. He knocked the other kid into where the Tua got his head bashed against the Bengals, and his fingers were all twisted up.
He was fencing. It was called fencing because he got that big concussion where you go stiff and everything.
Yeah, dude was fencing and he was trying to get up, but his motor function was shot.
Hey, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. I mean, like, do you remember what's his name? Kevin Lee? MMA fighter, Kevin Lee. He got clocked in the top of his head, right? And then he started doing like the chicken dance and everything. As they say, because he was like trying to get his bearings, but he couldn't get his bearings and everything. Because his motor skills were just haywire and everything for a moment.
Yeah.
But I remember Juju Schuster. Same thing like what happened to Tua Tagovailoa. He gets popped. He took a hit and he just in a fencing position, all stiff and everything from the concussion. He got knocked
That is what you call a traumatic brain injury, TBI.
That's what you call retire immediately.
Yeah. CTE.
When you have a TBI, that affects you for life because that's a brain injury. So like when you reach that level, I have 2 TBIs. I actually have 2 TBIs. So
remember
something I have. Sorry, go ahead.
Remember when Steve Young, when he got the last play he ever had, Niners Cardinals, and he was blitz. Sorry, I'm getting my snowman alert. And Lawrence Phillips was supposed to block, but he didn't. And Aeneas Williams nailed him hard in the back. Boom, he was unconscious. He was asleep on the field. He was gone. He never played another down again. And he said that he has memory losses ever since that hit. He suffers from memory loss.
Man, what's his face was suffering from? It's not just in football. You see that. I mean, you see this in rugby. Older guys and rugby legends, they're starting to develop the CTE. And it looks like it's like early onset of dementia. You see this also in Wrestling, Australian rules football,
Yeah.
Boxing, definitely.
boxing, boxing, yeah, especially, but MMA as well. You're gonna start seeing this in MMA as well because how many guys have gotten hit hard, concussed? Not as bad as boxing, but like MMA, especially guys who've been like sparring partners and everything.
So
Judo, jiu-jitsu, not
anything
jiu-jitsu so much, but yeah.
anything that requires physical activity where bodies are colliding or whatnot. But but I mean the question is how you really can't save. Let's be honest, you cannot save the youth. You cannot save the youth. That's why I think, and I hate to say it, but it's true. This upcoming war, you need when they do the draft, it won't be until after the war is over that things will find its way back to a normal reset. You understand? Because the country right now, the money is tight. They're pulling money from the federal government. And of course, that means that they're going to raise our taxes in order to quote unquote pay it back, which they'll be paying back forever, which means inflation is going to get even higher. All right. Jobs are already firing people, shutting down. I've mentioned that like one fast food restaurant, you're looking at about 14 people at max that have lost their jobs if it was fully staffed. Okay.
I got something for that real quick, and I'm not gonna make you lose your point. I just wanted to add, ever since COVID happened, how many jobs were lost at Walmart when they started putting self-checkout?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. When it comes to Walmart, when a Walmart shuts down, you've lost anywhere between 200 to 250 jobs. All right. You see, Tesla just laid off 17,000 people. Disney's been laying off people by the tens of thousands for the past year and a half. Every they might do 7,000 here, 9,000 here, 12,000 here, 14,000 here, another 9,000. I mean, you're talking about 9,000 people. You see the videos of these women, doing their little day in the life of my job. And then next thing you know, the day I got fired, they do those videos. See a lot of people getting fired videos. You see a lot of eviction videos. You see a lot of squatting videos. As men, we're gonna have to fight for this. We're gonna have to go off, deal with another country, hope to survive. All right, because the country that's got to tighten its belt. It's got to cut a lot of social programs. I mean, because we talking about the Home Act. That was nothing but financial slavery that women willingly accepted. Can't have a man in the home, or else you're going to lose your welfare and your food stamps. It don't supplement their income. OnlyFans supplement their income. Dating dudes that are scammers and criminals and thieves help supplement their lifestyle, not their income, but their lifestyle.
Bragging about it.
Right.
And bragging about it.
Yeah, and bragging about it. And don't be fooled. A lot of these guys who have these podcasts, they talk about all this manhood and stuff. I mean, closet homosexual and super simp. Do you understand what I'm saying? They have a real problem with women, and they don't believe in what they're saying. They're just saying it for money. Y'all do understand that the women, when they go on those shows, I mean, everybody knows who these little fresh and fits and whatevers are. We already know who they are. We should know the game, though. The game is the girl going there. Yes, this is my handle, my OnlyFans or my Instagram or my TikTok. And then they sit there for 2 to 4 hours, and answer a bunch of stupid questions, trying to make them look stupid. And then the comment section is just full of all this venom and vitriol. But by the time they leave that studio, they got a good 10,000 new followers, subscribers, etc. Money.
These guys, I
100%.
A lot of it, it's just a lot of the people just run their mouths, just saying, like whatever podcast, everybody talking. Because I was checking out Dr. Thunder's shit, and he was checking, he was like, giving his view, his critique on one of the videos on one of these shows. Charles will be back in there.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried.
And they were talking about this shit called born again virgin shit, and you see all that kind of BS and whatnot. And I'm like, you ain't fooling me. Oh, by the way, Bitter, where I'm originally from. And Myron cannot fool me because he's from a neighboring country. He's from Sudan.
Yeah.
I got folks who are from Sudan, and we see, and I can see right through him. The way he talks and everything like that, I've seen that kind of mentality. His mannerisms, everything. You can't fool me. Hell, I was from Ivory Creek. Even his Ethiopian, his antics, his mannerisms, similar to my cult, to my people. So I can tell when he's making certain expressions when he's on some bullshit or whatnot. Just knowing how.
Oh, he's always making those expressions, ain't he?
Oh yeah.
Growing up in Eritrea, because by the way, my Abba's Ethiopian. Growing up in Eritrea. And he's from a related ethnicity as from mine. We had motherfuckers who just like make faces like that and just who like when they try to smile and do things like that. It's when they're trying to fuck with you or they're getting disrespectful. But they know who to do it with. Otherwise, somebody gonna get knocked the fuck out. We knew somebody like that in the neighborhood or some cats we went to school with who try to fuck with you like that. And usually somebody's gonna get knocked out, or you just flip the script on them. Or ignore him.
Do you think he's in the closet?
Abba? First of all, he is. He's.
What you say?
He's faking them.
I'm talking about.
First of all, you can't.
Myron. Do you think Myron is
Myron?
Who do you think I was talking about?
Oh, I thought you meant Abba. You thought Abba was in the closet. My mistake. You should be more specific.
From Abba and Breach? No.
You said you think he. I didn't know who you meant by he. You said he. I wasn't sure which guy.
I mean, we were talking about the fresh and fit clown, so
Okay.
Let's stay with it. So, do you think Myron is in the closet?
I wouldn't be surprised, but it would be dangerous for him to come out. Being a so-called devout Muslim and shit, because where they're from, that's punishable. Because in Sudan, that's punishable by death.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the way he
and he go around and call throwing insults and everything like that. I'm like, nigga, first up, you're more of a punk bitch. You can't fight. We know you can't fight.
Right. That's why when he grabbed that gun, when dude showed up at his door and he grabbed the gun, yeah, that for you to be a former Homeland Security agent sitting behind a desk, you certainly are very scary, sir. But I put it to you like this, though, is as he tells the history where they sat him down with his podcast, like either do the podcast or do this, but he chose to do the podcast.
No.
I don't think that was a choice.
Because what they did, they already knew what he was doing because they saw the shit with Nick Fuentes and everything, and him putting that salute out. They said, you're a compromised agent. So they told him, you got to clear your desk out. So I'm turn in your badge, turn in your credentials, and clear your desk out either within the hour or by the end of the day. Most likely, but within the hour. So he's already lost the benefits.
That was the situation, but I know early on when he was working for him, I believe that they fired him right then and there on the spot. And the good thing about it is that, I mean, if this is his attitude on the show, he'd have wound up in jail as an agent. He would have messed around and killed somebody or, some type of abuse if he was ever out in the field. He would be brought up on charges.
He would have been brought up on charges. In fact, Truth be told, he's not even from Florida. He was born in Connecticut. He went to college in Boston, Emerson College.
Yeah, laying up in bed with them white boys. Ain't no straight white boy kissing no quote unquote darky on the cheek. All right, especially coming out of Connecticut or whatever, they wouldn't dare. Teammates or not.
But here's the thing: where we're from, you can embrace a friend, or you can kiss a man on the cheek if that's a member of your family, because we greet each other that way.
No, I get that, but we're talking about American corn-fed wasps.
Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Unless they, playing grab ass in the shower, that stuff. I mean, come on, you doing too much. You're doing too much.
I would add this piece. I know exactly what Neymar is saying because I'm from the west side of the continent, and you got to be very careful with your mannerisms, especially your body language, because you'll get slapped real quick. Slap will come out so fast, and it's worse than a punch, because the slap in itself is like it's disrespectful, but it's like telling you like, how dare you think you can come and talk to me, more than the punch. Here in America it's a punch, but over there in Africa it's a slap.
It's a slap initially, and then they grab each other. Sometimes you're going to headbutt. Sometimes they're going to have rocks thrown at each other. Depends on where you are. And hey, it can even get serious. In some places, they might break out the Kalashnikovs.
There was only, I guess you could say, 3 times where it was acceptable to be shirtless. In a room full of shirtless men, you're all shirtless. Like it's either in a locker room, okay, a gym, okay, or
if you're playing shirts and skins,
or a boxing ring, some type of sanctioned sport. Because why are you all in the hotel rooms with your shirts off? Teammates or not? Look, come on. You don't see women do that.
Unless y'all coming from the beach, from the pool or something like that. I don't think so. You need to pull a t-shirt on, damn it.
The only time you see, I have to be honest, the only time you see women topless in a room like that is because they're taking a picture flashing their breasts. I'm serious.
No, I ain't denying that, man. I ain't denying that.
I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. I'm waiting on Charles to come back, but
you just getting the south there. You know what? Who remembers Sinbad live in Aruba?
I don't.
Because
it's supposed to be funny.
It was supposed to be funny, but he called out the females about what the shit they were doing, kind of similar to what Eddie Murphy was talking about in Raw.
Right.
About women go to the Bahamas, how they be acting a fool. He was talking, and he was on Aruba when he said that. He said, "Y'all girls came together, right? And y'all probably made a pact, like you're supposed to call your man when you get there. When you don't, your man calls the hotel, and then one of your girlfriends picks up and tries to cover for your ass. Y'all be taking turns and shit, huh? We know why y'all going together in pact."
Wow. She in the bathroom.
And again, I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean,
you in the bathroom shitting, huh, girl? You probably in there shitting, huh? Girl, boy, you so crazy. Hand me the summer breeze. Oh wait, that's Martin. Sorry.
Oh God, get it out.
Don't be screaming consultation blues. Right. I know the words for that joint.
Saying all the double entendres. Okay, all right, but look, in all honesty, the only way you're going to reset this and be able to save black boys, they have to be born in a house with a responsible father. And the only way I see that happening, as far as on a large scale, like I said, we have to go to war. You have to have people under the age of 35 that's young. You have to have them drafted. All right. And while they're off at war, you start cutting benefits. You start cutting welfare. You see, they're already cutting Section 8. They cut affirmative action. They of course the abortion thing is still on the table, but you see them, they're cutting all of these benefits. They're getting rid of DEI. All right. They're getting rid of all of this stuff. They're about to go through a great reset. You go ahead, you quote unquote kill off a bunch of the youth the way they think today. And this is the beauty about equality, is that they're going to be drafting men and women or anything you can identify as a homophermatic cat. You're going. If you're under the age of 35, you're going. You're going. They're going to put you on the front line. And when both of you come back, if you come back, all that,
in one piece.
Yeah, all that, I'm looking for a 6-figure man and 50-50 and soft guy here. All that shit will be done away with. They'll be done away with. People will be looking to pair up. You understand? Because if you don't, then you're going to die. Let's just be honest.
Mm-hmm. Let me add something to that, because a couple years ago you saw the evidence of that. So when the whole thing over there in Ukraine first popped off, you had these female soldiers jumping online in uniform, showing their name, everything that is completely OPSEC, that violates OPSEC, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like saying, oh, I didn't sign up for this. I'm financed. And it's like you are showing what y'all going to do, even though y'all want to sit there and stand on business, right? Y'all want to be on whatever y'all want to call being on. And when it gets to that point, like when fear comes in, right? And I've been saying this for the last 2 days because I'm probably going to turn this into like a stream. Like the number one thing that every human being on this planet is loyal to is their fear. They're loyal to their fear. So their fear is going to tell them to do something completely different than they planned for. And when it comes to these type of individuals that we have right now, the issue is that all it takes is to see like a platoon of men die, and then they're in the FOB or the forward operations base, right? And it's now time for them to go. This is where you're going to start to see so many misconducts, people randomly getting pregnant, people getting married or shooting themselves, claiming mental health, all these issues that the military is now seeing, right? They're going to start claiming that stuff just so they don't have to go out there and have to deal with their emotions. I don't even want to say die, for the simple fact of them dealing with their emotions, because there's many soldiers out there, or even those people who have deployed that have to deal with PTSD. And imagine a woman having to deal with PTSD at the scale that, what is it? They said every 22 seconds someone commits self-deletion. Like, why do you think all this stuff is out there? Like, and this is men having to deal with PTSD. Now imagine them having to look at someone bleeding out, their guts hanging out, all this type of stuff that they originally, all the stuff that they never originally signed up for because they were signing up for the benefits. But now it's time to freaking defend the country. That's all I wanted to add.
You know what? Let me add a little extra to that, truth. I mean, considering that they forget that a lot of women have been in the military, have been in support roles, mostly in not necessarily medevac, but in hospitals and whatnot. But people forget, nurses and doctors, they got to deal with PTSD of sorts, because they have to witness patients dying and whatnot, and they have to go through grief counseling hell. Look at the doctors and nurses during COVID, with the number of deaths they've had to deal with. Don't you think that affected them to a point where they had to get counseling? And so many nurses, due to burnout, had to quit. Imagine that in a military hospital, times 10.
Yeah,
at least times 10.
Yeah, picture being you're a nurse. You're used to changing bedpans and catheters and whatnot, and now you're in a war zone, and you're seeing people with their guts hanging out, legs blown off, blood gushing everywhere. I mean, you talk about being traumatized. You did not sign up for this. You thought it was gonna be like Saint Elsewhere or General's Hospital. I'm dating myself, General Hospital or something. But
Don't you mean more like MASH? More like MASH on
Yeah,
Netflix,
MASH.
or
no,
what's
no.
the
I
name?
mean,
What's the name of the other show?
their career when they
No,
went
Yeah, I
he,
into
know,
their
but it's probably.
right, they went.
Yeah, but you mean more like. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
when they went through their career, they were just little hospital nurses. They were thinking about doing that, or just being the travel nurse, all that little stuff. They had no idea that they would be put into a war zone. You understand? That's what I'm saying. You're just a regular nurse, and now you're thrust into this war zone, and you're seeing
Hmm.
the damage that bullets and bombs and shrapnel does to the human body. And these people are still alive.
I got an
hashtag
uncle.
thinking.
I got. Hold on a second. I gotta take care of something.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's a
Yeah.
whole different. That's trauma. That's traumatic. That's traumatic. And now you got to come back to regular society. My
Let me.
father does not talk about his Vietnam days that much. He only tells about three stories, and that's it. And he did 2 tours.
Shit.
I I think the one that he does tell, he said they one night, of course, perpetual rain. They wound up finding
Okay.
a cat house. It was late at night.
Oh.
They found a cat house. They went in there. They of course take their jackets, all this stuff off. They somewhere in a room, in a side room, playing cards. Just chilling, having a good time. They hear the door open.
And then.
They hear people come in, and then they when they went to walk past the room, it was like a dining room where they were all sitting at. My father in his platoon. Staring them in the face
Uh-huh.
was a bunch of Viet Cong soldiers.
Oh shit.
They
Bruh.
all looked at each other. They like, oh, you're right, like you said, oh shit. They both just looked at each other. He said we all looked at each other. We gave them a head nod. They gave us a head nod, and they went to the back. They said, we got the hell up out of there. I mean, it was a cat house, but do understand the Viet Cong did not see black men as their enemies. And it was on a, hey, okay, don't
Soul
start
brother,
nothing.
this not your war. Soul brother,
Yes,
not your war.
exactly. He said he believed that's what saved them because they was caught
I mean,
totally
has
flat.
anybody seen the Five Bloods? Has anybody seen the Five Bloods on Netflix?
I
Uh-uh.
saw it. I
Oh
know you're
man,
talking about.
Delroy Lindo, his portrayal of PTSD in a black man, dude, that was pretty accurate. Especially like when he was just like by himself, just walking through the jungle, talking to himself, because he was like on the verge. He was just about to lose it.
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
tell y'all this. I'll tell y'all this real quick. So Charles knows who I am and what I dealt with, but I'm not going to say it because of the fact that this is recorded for the world to hear. But one of these days on the back chat, I'll tell you what I experienced when I was in Afghanistan. And it was some bullshit, straight
man, I
bullshit.
believe it. I mean, I couldn't even imagine being in a scenario like that where I mean, I could see if somebody that just a neighborhood dude, y'all don't get along, y'all run into each other, but y'all, kind of let it go, time and place, you know what I mean? But in a
Yeah,
situation like that,
I'll
woo,
say this
I
piece.
got.
I'll say this
Go
piece
ahead.
just so you understand where I'm coming from. And it kind of fucked me up a little bit, but I was getting it from both sides just to give you an understanding.
oh, so you was caught in a firefight.
No. I'm talking about bullshit from racist commanders and then having to deal with freaking mortar fights and all that shit.
Oh
So I
man.
was fighting,
Mm,
yeah, I was fighting 2 fights.
yeah.
Man, these kids today, they're not gonna be prepared. This is what I'm talking about. And look, and I'm gonna say this, I've been saying this for a minute, really for the past couple of months, to be honest. Uh I believe that if we go to war, which we're going, the migrants, the military age migrants that are here, they're going to offer them full citizenship if they sign up
If
for
they
the
come back.
military. Do you understand? full
I
citizenship,
know what you mean.
all the military
I know what you
government
mean.
benefits. Yeah, if
They've been
they,
doing that for years, man.
yeah, they definitely gonna do it now because they need a fighting force. They need a fighting force. The fighting force that you would have to pull from in this country, the youth, the ones that from 18 to 35. Have you seen them?
Yeah.
As much as I can say on here, because I don't want to violate OPSEC. Like I said on the back chat, if Charles comes back, I got something for you. I'll tell you that right now. I got something for you.
Yeah, you see what Dusty
I
Jones said.
personally, I personally have to count my lucky stars because where I'm from, we do have national service and such, and I did my time. Although we got fucked over bad when they made it indefinite later, but that's another discussion for another time. But we had our war between '98 and 2000 with Ethiopia. It was a border conflict. Unlike the civil war that's going on right now, and the fallout of that bullshit, this war was pretty intense. I mean, I lost an uncle due to his PTSD. He's supposedly self-deleted, although we don't talk about it. My grandma was kind of bugged out about it. No, this was back in '04. It's been a decade. It's been 20 years now. And just knowing about that, and then when they and then after the shit was when the shit was over, we had to wait until 2003 for them to release the names of all those KIAs and whatnot. And I later found out some of those were guys I went to high school with, people I was like in basic training with and whatnot. One of them was even the son of one of the priests of our local church and such. This was a guy I knew pretty well, got to know him pretty well. It's like, whoa.
Oh,
No, please.
mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dusty Jones, he said, I was watching Civil War the other day and had full flashbacks. Yeah, me and Lewis, we watched that. It's in my members section of the Patreon. We watched it, watched and reviewed it. And
Civil War? What are we talking about?
yeah,
What movie Civil War?
That new movie, Civil War.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check that out.
Right, yeah. We was watching the other day, and let me tell you that movie. I mean, we understand the scenarios. They paint scenarios. I mean, as far as the story itself, I didn't really care about, but the scenarios is exactly what you would run into if all of a sudden countries started succeeding from the union. I mean, look at what's going on with Florida and Texas, with the migrant issue, California, Gavin Newsom is doing, things that are going on in the northeast, in north central part of the United States. I mean, it's sheer chaos. Yeah, all up in that region, the Midwest. It's chaos. It's chaos and disorder. The work is falling apart. What say what?
I was going to ask, considering it's an election year, I don't care what promises, and even though I'm not even in the country, I don't care what promises either side is going to make. They're going to both, whoever comes into the Oval Office, come January of next year, that person is going to deal with an entire shit show. Because that's a huge mess they got to deal with.
Yeah,
depending on who comes
into it. You say, "Hey, slow down. This is starting to turn into a who's on first bit." No, look. Whether it's Kamala, because if we're at war, they don't change. The presidency doesn't change hands. So I mean, come on, Joe looks like.
What do you think? You don't think he'll kick the bucket?
Well, that's what I'm
Anytime
saying.
soon?
I don't think he'll make it. I don't think that I put it like
Okay.
this, whether he's alive or not, I don't think he'll make it. That's why they got the impeachment hearings going on. They seriously want to get him out of office. You cannot go to war with Joe Biden as president, and definitely not Kamala. I mean, she has her faculties and she's dumb as a sack of hammers. You understand? You need somebody in there. You need it's like anybody but Trump, but you're going to need Trump because he has relations with Russia. He has friendly relations with Russia, uh, possibly China. All right. He's not pro Israel. You know, he's very
Oh,
neutral.
he is. No, he is.
Right.
No, he is. He is.
I mean, he probably plays the game, but you see how he talks about all the other issues. So you got to play the game, but I doubt very highly he'll do all because when he was president the first time, he wasn't doing too much bending over. You know what I'm saying? So you
No,
need
but
somebody.
he did do things that got a lot of people mad at him. Like what he like. You remember he relocated the embassy in
I
Tel
I
Aviv. He
understand all that.
relocated to
I
Jerusalem.
get it. Hold on. Before I want to get thrown off, but
Sorry.
you need somebody in there that can talk to Putin, all right, and talk to China. You need somebody in there that can, and Iran. You need somebody that can go in there and calm everything down and try to keep it from escalating. Because the things that are coming out of Joe Biden's mouth and how he's such a pushover and giving them all this money, you understand? You're escalating things, sending billions of dollars overseas is nothing but you escalating things. You're keeping it going because if you cut off the money, the war ends. But the thing is, you don't want to be a part of you don't want to take the loss. That's what it's all about. But the thing is, you not wanting to take a loss is going to lead to nuclear destruction in some form or another on somebody's soil. You understand? Putin
You
is
know,
not
side
a
of things.
game player. Huh?
He don't play. He don't play games, indeed. But you know, I'm
No,
just
he does
saying is that
not.
here's the thing I got to consider. Would Putin still be alive, and would Putin still be willing to listen to Trump if he came into power? Because remember the relationship what happened last time, and you know
Well,
he's still, and you know he
it's
don't
like
forgive
this.
that either.
It's like this. Either, like he told Joe Biden, stay whatever's going on between Israel and Iran, stay out of it. Don't get involved. Because if you get involved, we're getting involved. And you don't want that. Russia has the most nuclear missiles in every outside of every country, particularly the United States. They have the most nuclear missiles of any country in the world.
Mm-hmm. And if
They may not
nuclear,
have the true.
go ahead, sorry.
We have the
But then
most,
again, you're forgetting
but
something.
they have the most missiles. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's just that you're forgetting one concept here. MAD, mutually assured destruction.
Right.
Nobody
You
wants
don't want that. That's the last
that.
thing you want.
Putin doesn't want that either. But I guess everybody's gonna try to push the envelope, see who'll go over.
Well,
Because
it's
one thing
been
you don't want to
written.
do is
It's been written. It's been written and predicted that a country in the Middle East will suffer nuclear destruction because they can't mind their own freaking business.
a country in the Middle East. But who will that be?
I
Is it Iran?
we'll have to
Or is it?
see. We'll have to see.
And here's something here's something that we got to bring up, because let's not forget, Netanyahu is a fanatical leader in a way, because he did listen to a messianic rabbi telling him that he would be the last prime minister and Israel will be great under him, under his leadership.
Look,
and he believed that firmly at one time. He still does because he's trying to stay in power to avoid being incarcerated.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's a guy I listen to. His name is Musab Hassan Yusuf, son of one of the founders of Hamas, the Green Prince, as he's known.
Okay.
And he talks about how the Palestinians are going to, he said, like, in a debate with pro-Palestinian and with another Palestinian, he said, you understand that our people are going to suffer for the next 50 years for what Hamas did. Our people are going to suffer because how far back has the progress toward the Palestinian state been pushed?
I mean, they got these people living on a reservation called the Gaza Strip, and they definitely believe in collective punishment. I mean, if you were to really look at the court cases of a lot of the Palestinians and other people who are in jail right now, you'd be like, are you serious? I mean, you talk about America 2.0. The only thing is that, I mean, they probably do have slaves over there, most particularly child. Because they certainly have no problems arresting children that never return home again. Did you know that? Yeah, I mean, that is a very how can I say this?
You got a lot of quotes on both sides
without messing up Charles's thing, but I put it like this: it's a state of irony. How about that? It's a state of irony.
There's a lot of irony over there.
Yeah, a whole lot of irony. Like okay, I guess what y'all. I guess y'all just started to just study the playbook, or was that always the playbook? And somebody else got their hands on it first.
Yeah. I mean, a whole lot of black folks there on the receiving of abuse by both at the hands of both sides.
Like, what are y'all doing? Get the hell out of there. No, I'm a Jew. I'm the original Jew. I'm an Ethiopian Jew. What the fuck, man? Look, this is white folks' business. Stay out of it. Why
I'm not just saying about that.
Thinking you can live peacefully in a war zone amongst people that hate you.
Because in Ethiopia, they're very persecuted.
Shit, get the fuck out. They gave y'all what, Depo-Provera? They sterilized the women. They gave them forced birth control.
Forced birth control. And this is after they brought them out of there through Operation Moses, Operation Joshua in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the United States. It's just like the United States. That's why when it comes to I'll be like, yo, stop calling yourself a passport bro. You should really be calling yourself an expat. Because passport bro means you go overseas, you have your little fun, and then you come back to this mess. Why do you want to come back to it? Talking about I live here. You just left the lap of luxury. Why don't you want to live there?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that term, expat? As somebody who was born and raised in the Middle East, if you moved to the Middle East from the first world, they call you an expat. But everybody else, especially those from the developing world, they're called migrants. And that's on purpose, and that's by design.
I guess the beauty of it is that you can afford to live there. They don't even let you move into a country or stay, for a certain amount of time. especially, but they don't let you go over there for a certain amount of time or whatnot, especially calling yourself trying to take up residency, unless you can prove that you have the funds to support yourself while you're there.
That too. And the
And
sponsorship system over there that's good. Open disputes. Almost like
right.
modern slavery. I know because, been through it myself. Remember my father, unfortunately, my father was like lucky because who his employers were. So we were kind of safe. But it was like, it's like certain places, if you had like a really cruel one, if you're from the first world, they have to be a little more careful with you. But just to have you under their having a first world passport in your possession, that was a trip about it. Because the way it works out was you have to give them your passport and they have to give you your ID, your valid residency ID. And sometimes they'll delay that shit on you just to fuck you over and shit.
Yeah, I hear so many bad stories about some of these nations in Africa, especially how they treat like FBA's Foundation of Black Americans. Or matter of fact, even their own kind. Like what?
That's
I was
that
wondering.
tribalism.
Tell me if you heard about this, where you're from, let's say you're from Zimbabwe and you're here working in the United States, and you're sending money back home because hey, you bought a plot of land, so you're sending money back home to pay the contractor to build the house. So after the house is completed, you come back overseas, and there's no house.
Oh.
They've been sending you pictures of somebody else's house. This is your family member. Have you heard about that?
I've heard some other kinds of scams, but not this one in particular. But that's foul. That is fucking foul.
Yeah, these be like
you were sending trifling ass relatives and shit.
Yeah. One chick, she was sending her brother, like she bought a plot of land when she was home before she left. Then she came back and she worked 10 years. 10 years. She put, I think it was like 40K that she had sent in American money. She sent her brother to oversee the construction of her house. But she said the pictures weren't matching her blueprints. So she came back home. She didn't say nothing. She came back home, went to the plot of land, no house.
What is she doing now?
Oh, last I saw, she was throwing a fit on video in front of her empty plot of land in Africa.
The thing about African families, man, they like to brag about their relatives. They like to brag about their relatives overseas and shit.
I think that's the save face in a lot of cases. But I've seen that's this one girl. She's got, she's African, so she concentrates on African and Africans in America news. And she's got this whole series of Africans who wish they never came to America because it's too expensive.
What's her nationality? This woman in particular.
I can't remember. I just know that she's of a middle African country. No, she's Ghanaian. Okay, she's Ghanaian. I remember now. I'm just doing her intro. Yeah, she's Ghanaian.
I was thinking maybe what's her face? Remember what's his name? Philip Scott.
Yeah.
The brother, Latino, his YouTube channel with the Latino wife. There's a woman that works on it that contributes to his YouTube channel, and she's Ethiopian. and she has that typical old school accent
Okay.
and pronunciation.
Yeah, but
I can do an impression of it because I grew up with that. I grew up around that accent, but they cover certain stories, and you hear what they talk about, this, that, and the third, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, man, you don't know what the real happened. Somebody, I remember living in Treya back home. Somebody once asked me, "What's it like outside?" I told them the truth. It's not going to be easy because I already knew what racism was like, what racism is like, and everything. I said it's not going to be easy because over there you got to pay taxes, you got to do this, that, and the third. And understand, there's going to be people who going to not be happy that you were there, and they're going to blame you for such.
yeah, she was
And
go ahead.
no, sorry, you
What?
go ahead.
Oh, outside of her story, I got a friend. She moved to Ghana. All right, she's doing pretty good for herself. I'm proud of her. She got it out the mud. She got it the right way. She went into business, legit business. All right. At any rate, she moved to Ghana. She's in Ghana right now. She married a Guyanese guy. So therefore, she was able to purchase land, and she's purchased land, but she's got a land deal with uh the chief. All right, in which the land plots to build houses can be bought. All right, am I making sense? You with me so far?
Yeah,
Okay, so uh, outside of her being assaulted a few times, uh, twice by
oh,
military police. All right, as far as men, it's just a regular man on the street. All right, I mean, maybe the American came out of her. I don't know. I don't. All she did was just talk about the situation. But at any rate, uh, she had to put out a public service message announcement because people were questioning uh, the validity of the plot. Because going by, especially a guy who has a real estate, he's built real estate all across Ghana, and he was talking about how one time they tried to take his condo. All right, he got these beachfront condos that he built,
hmm,
and the Ghanaian police officer tried to take the condos, him and the contractor,
oh,
did also with the guy who he bought the land from, because that happens a lot down there.
gotta grease those palms because if you don't grease those palms, they're gonna give you problems.
Right, but I shouldn't have to grease your damn palms. But
There's
that's
a
policy.
Sierra Leonean filmmaker. Yeah, there's a Sierra Leonean filmmaker. There was all these like documentary films. I remember he covered what happened in Sierra Leone. He went to Kenya and was living among the locals and showed how rampant the corruption was. So messed up that people had to say couldn't those who had thriving businesses, they had to maintain keep it at a certain size. Otherwise, folks would try to shut it down because you get too big. No one wants you to be too successful because there's a status quo they're trying to maintain in a certain area. And this was in Kenya.
Well, I know
And
that.
in that documentary, he did confront the politician. But go ahead.
No, that's fine. I know that. Okay, like I also watched. It was somebody that did a special on. It was a black woman, American black woman. She did a special about six. No, it's five. About five or six American black women who went. Of course, they went overseas. They went to Ghana. Um, and they wound up getting murdered by their husbands slash betrothed because I don't know if you know this. You cannot. It's just really it's everywhere. You cannot own land or business or property unless you marry or go into a partnership with a native.
You have
All
to be a
right.
Ghanaian citizen to do that shit.
Yeah. So you have
Yeah.
to be, yeah, you got to be with a native citizen, no matter where you are. So, and understand that they get, like, even if they say 50-50 or 60-40, really your split is really zero. It's zero. You get nothing. So you have to be very careful with that. But at any rate, these women, they went overseas, they married some young Ghanaian dude or whatnot, so that way they could buy the land, build the house and everything. And then of course the relationship, it fizzles out because these are chicks that are over the age of 40, 45, marrying these 20-something-year-old dudes, trying to just use them as cucks,
What do you
human
mean for
vibrators.
women?
Right, and then
And they
they
don't
wind
fit.
up getting tired of the dude, they don't like his personality, etc. The thrill is gone. So now they kicking the dudes out the house, typical American stuff. So
You
these
can't pull
dudes
that
are
shit in a patriarchy like that.
say what?
You can't pull that shit in a patriarchy like that, especially considering you're an outsider.
Yeah, it don't even work. It even as us as men overseas, it don't even work like that. You
It
can't
doesn't.
just you can't just get rid of her, especially if you've married her and think you're gonna walk away with your stuff.
No.
It
I
don't
mean,
work
even
like
there, I mean, in certain customs, divorce is a lot more, when they
taboo.
get divorced, they do, it's more to the point. They don't need to involve lawyers. They usually just have the elders and they sort things out within, in house without needing the courtrooms and shit. Depending on the religion of the people, that is. Because in certain societies they have divorces, but there's like a certain protocol and such. And
Yeah,
you have to
some
understand the
countries charge
protocol.
you for divorce. Did you know that?
Huh?
Yeah, some countries
What was
charge
that?
you for divorce,
That's
like
true.
thousands of dollars.
I can imagine. Speaking of using people as human vibrators, how would all these older white women go into like certain resorts in Africa and young men trying to get with them just to hopefully make it overseas to Europe? You see shit like that like in Senegal and the Gambia.
Yeah, I
Also,
mean,
and
as a black man, there are only certain places you can go.
I
Just like
remember,
the, yeah, go ahead.
I remember when I first came here to Norway. I got involved with somebody, but and she's my age, so a few months apart, about 3 4 months apart, and she offered to have me move in with her. And I didn't get my paperwork sorted out until later that year, but I said I can't do that because they tell us like here in Norway you have to wait like 7 years for citizen. If you have to live here consistently for 7 years if you want to be eligible for citizenship, right?
All
But
right.
if I married her, it would have been 3 years. But there's no guarantees it would last 3 years. Yeah.
So instead of getting married for the wrong reason, just bailed out on it.
I said no, I didn't do that. I said I can't do that to you. I explained to her if I end up being a legal dependent of yours, that puts you in a bad spot, and I do not want to put you in a bad spot. I'd rather do this on my own. I know you want to help me, but this is something this is something I can't do in good conscience. I guess she didn't see it that way. Because, I was taught to be righteous and whatnot. Most cats would have been foolhardy and jumped at the opportunity. But I saw the long term. I said, this is not going to work out. Something in my gut, I knew, viscerally, not consciously, but subconsciously, I knew it wasn't going to work out.
Didn't you love her?
I got attached, because, I have a personality disorder. And, I got an attachment issue with it, and I had an abandonment issue. But, it didn't work out. Unfortunately, that Christmas week, I got good news, and they told me that my residency papers worked out, and things got better for me. Then 2016, I got my citizenship. I got my passport and everything. In fact, 2 years ago, I renewed them.
All right. So, the panel's not open because Charles, we was waiting on him to come back. We're at the 2-hour mark, and I need to go and get my stuff together for tonight. All right, I am out of here. It was cool being up here. Peace out.
Hey, thanks for being here, Bay. Later. I'm gonna stick out here for a little bit longer. Let's see. I guess until Charles gets back, we're gonna turn this into an impromptu Ask Me Anything. And hey, what's up, AB? I see you. Salute to PK Angel. Oh, PK, get well soon. Lionel Player One, what's up? Dusty Jones. Of course, my man A.L. Evans. Don't nobody say shit until he gets up in here. Salute McDrama Bear. My man up in Galveston, Shatterstar Games, what's up? Be Continuous Black Honey, salute. Compassion and Callous, Black Gold, RHD, Andre 416, what up? LAPD SWAT, what's good? All-Star G, what up? Anubis, Shalom. Rayhan Motherforce, peace, man. Tomax, was good. Tomax, would you happen to have a brother named Z-Max by any chance? Oh, we got Dr. Dunbar up in here. Should I say Dr. Goodbar? Hold on a second. Charles will be back soon enough, folks. Hold on. Yeah, we're just dealing with some technical difficulties. In the meantime, y'all just ask me any questions you want. David Chow, what up? The Hawk TV, what's good, bro? Son is Hot Raw, salute. Sean Breezy, what's good? Yeah, he keeping it breezy this week. And speak of the motherfucking devil, Sergeant Charles Faulkner, the officer of the goddamn law up in here. Yeah, Bay had to step out just now. And my boy Noir Truth will be back later. Man, there's some people waiting in the back to come in, man. Now let's go. What happened? You right?
I had to do something, some emergency.
Nah, it's alright, it's alright. We were just chopping up a little bit, talking about this, that, and the third. But there's some people in the back wanting to come in.
If they come back up, they could get in.
Come on up, man. It's open panel. Come on up. Oh, Snowman Multimedia here. Speaking of which,
well, I'll tell you,
Snowman
Multimedia.
Go ahead.
PK, I tell you real quick, like, yo, that shit was deplorable last night. Like, my God, like, you had people talking about.
What happened? What happened? What I missed?
Oh,
You said about the conversation.
black men being brutally honest. How like people like Gabe and others were talking about. There's so many scholarships and things of that nature for young black boys, and I'm like, yo, there's nothing that you could put out as many scholarships you want. How many of these boys can actually obtain them? You can't do
What's good,
that.
Andre?
What's good?
What's your thoughts about what was said last night? Because you were there last night, right?
I passed out, so I didn't really get to see what Gabe was going on about. But I figured he was just doing like
It was
his
that boring,
normal
huh?
nonsense.
Yeah, Gabe is just a passive aggressive motherfucker who wants to use side comments and say, I never said anything about you. Motherfucker, you do this little narcissistic bullshit that you do all the time.
I think we should just, it's best to ignore that fool. Anytime he posts something, just debunk it and keep it pushing. Don't engage him directly.
Well, like Art was just doing a stream on his channel, and he was speaking about that. Like he was like, at least like he actually pulls up to talk directly to BGS rather than trying to go at other people through them.
But here's the question, right? Because I'm tired of people trying to think that, oh, I need BGS or somebody needs BGS and we're just dogs of BGS. No, motherfucker, this is what I said to you directly. You know you're a disingenuous motherfucker. You want to look down and say, well, black men should be doing this. What resources are you giving those black men? None. How are they going to get those jobs? It's the same thing with, Man of Tomorrow do. You want to talk about black men, but then you want to talk about, but you don't talk about the hurdles black men have to go through. It's
No, they do
ridiculous.
not.
It's very
I mean,
foolish.
MLK was asked a question regarding the whole notion pull yourself by his bootstraps, and he just debunked that notion immediately. Because he said, first of all, how do you expect the people, black men in particular, to pull themselves up by their bootstraps when they've been bootless from the beginning? You understand how condescending, how annoying that is?
Very much so. You're telling black people who got the boot of the American fucking power on their neck to pull
And up
themselves
their
up.
ass.
Yeah. And people want to say, well, I made it. That's why a
Stokely
lot of black.
Carmichael was once asked by Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes back in the day about that. And Stokely really eloquently explained it. That no, you allow a certain number of black men to make it so that you can maintain the illusion that anybody can make it. So you're going to put me, so if I make it, you're going to put me up for success and look at everybody and say, why can't you do that? You know why they can't. You're only going to allow a certain number of us to make it. The rest you're going to hold back as much as possible. There's a reason barriers are put up. Or as AO would mention, the school to prison pipeline does exist. Cons, and it's there, whether anybody wants to like it or not. One of my boys,
Hold on, I'll be right back. Keep talking.
One of my boys, he put out this meme, and he showed what you see in school is you see in prison. There's no difference between a school cafeteria and a prison cafeteria or a kid's prison mess hall. There's no difference between a basketball court in school and a basketball court on the rec yard. There's no difference between a school classroom in school or a classroom in a correctional facility. And immediately I just said, and I just typed in, a commented by saying the school to prison pipeline is real as it is. It's not an illusion. Andre, you still awake or did you pass out? Andre? Andre. How many times we gotta tell you, man? Stay off the weed. Indeed, A.L. Evans. We need to get that drizzle. All right, McDrummer Bear. Come up there. No, man, if you can come on up, that'd be cool. Just wait in the back chat. Charles has to handle a few things. He'll be back soon. In the meantime, we might as well have an impromptu. Ask me anything. So if anybody's got questions for me regarding the current discussion, fire away. Come on. I'm sure a lot of you got some questions, got some views. Can't carry this on my own. I mean, Andre's out cold right now, or he's away from his phone, or his Bluetooth ain't working, his headset ain't working right. Facts from the color scheme of the buildings, fences and gates, the lockdown mentality, school to prison is real. Yes, indeed, Dusty Jones. By the way, I like how you spell your name, Dusty. Dusty Jones. I guess we might as well call you the new American Nightmare, Dusty Jones. Because nobody knows the hard times like you know hard times, brother. Ain't nobody know about pain and suffering like you, brother. And no matter what anybody calls themselves, Dusty Jones, you just let them know that you will always forever be the bull of the woods. And nobody be cross with you. Otherwise, there's going to be some problems, daddy. Going to be some problems. I'm from Dustville, USA. And which state is that? Is Dustville, first of all, brother? Where's Dustville at? Which state is that in? Which county? I'm a little curious where that is. Is Dustville somewhere in the south? It sounds like it's someplace in the south. There's got to be someplace in the south. Or maybe it might be, or maybe that's where, ODB's family is originally from. Dustville. That's probably why the brother goes like, it gotta be dirty. It gotta be stinking. R.I.P. ODB. Old Dirty. Anybody got questions? Let's see. Hang on a second. Also, like, share, and subscribe. We got 23 people watching, 44 likes. Make that 24 people watching and 44 likes.
Oh, what's good, my bad?
Where'd you go?
Just having a conversation with a neighbor.
Oh, okay. For a minute, I thought you blacked out or something. Or you passed out.
No. So
Yo, check out Dusty Jones's comments. He says right here, he says, yeah, he's from Dustville, USA. He also says, the Drizzle League just fought off the crime scene from the League of Strong and Single. Bricks and cheese steaks abound. Bricks and cheese. At least you're not dealing with chicks who are crazy enough to thumbtack their own ceilings. Or am I speaking too soon? Oh, you dusted from California. Okay, you dusted from California. You're California dusted. That's what's up. Andre, what's your thoughts right now regarding this whole thing about, soft guy era? What we got here?
I'm back.
What we got here?
But hold on. We got McDrama Bear in the building. Go ahead, McDrama Bear.
All right.
Yo, give me one
Who's the other
second.
person?
I gotta get back upstairs. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
So I kind of wanted to comment on what Charles was talking about because, like I said, I passed out, so I didn't hear the full discussion that was being had. But yeah,
Must have been that boring.
well, it's already pretty late for me. But basically, like the way I see these guys kind of like operating in the space is that they're kind of treating it like a digital high school or some shit. Like dudes is out here fucking trying to click up and doing all this weird goofy shit. Like I'm not understanding it.
It's a little much. It's a little much. And when people talk about the plight of black men, everybody wants to be like, "Whoa, we gotta work the hardest, we gotta suffer the fucking hardest." It's the
You're black men, not Marines.
It's the equivalent of the struggle Olympics. We gotta say, you got opportunities, but when you talk about the opportunities, it's like saying you got a help wanted sign. I remember one time, right? For the mayor's detail, right? Which is the executive protection unit. I tried out for it.
Right.
One of the guys there already pulled me to the side and said, "Charles, you'd be perfect for it. You know what you're doing. You did it before. Here's the problem. They want a female. The only reason we're posting it is because we just want to keep it so people can't say we didn't have a fair job posting." And that's what it really is when it boils down to it. What's up, Art New Style? Please come up if you give me your opinion of last night, please. I think you just did a show. Your thoughts on it, but I didn't even hear it. And to me, I'm just like, look, do I think it's impossible? But I like to live in reality. Why? You put plenty of scholarships out there, but if you can't qualify to get them, guess what? What good does that do? And then next thing you know about these programs for young black men, everybody fights those young black boys and say, what about the girls? We allow people to guilt ourselves into not helping ourselves. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, that makes sense, man. And I think that was sort of the point I was trying to make is like, I think we started getting into the semantics of, did you say there were no scholarships? Did you say there were a lot? Or I see a lot. There seems like there's a lot to me. And I'm like, the absolute number of scholarships available for quote unquote black boys. I mean, that's not even an interesting thing to argue. For me, it's the ones that are existing are underutilized. And besides the point that you made of like the household problem, single mothers, which I think everyone then agreed on. The larger point you're making is they have to qualify. So they have to get the application in at the right time. The essay has to be a certain amount of words. They might have to get transcripts, all the little minutia that you have to do, right? And at 18 years old, they say you're an adult, but like, man, I'm just barely now at almost 40, like really stepping into being an adult, right? Like, especially in college, it's just like there was no way. Like I barely got through because I was going in and I was going crazy. I was just doing all the drugs, getting all messed up, doing all the things, I like
you're wilding out, huh?
I was wilding out. I mean, I was always able to study right before and get the grades that I needed to get. I was able to coast on it, but at college, you really can't do the same tricks you did in high school. Like you have to really, really study hard. And so that's what really sort of kicked my ass, right? But I sort of made the point, and as a side note, I'm glad I didn't go to UCLA, because if I would have, I'm in LA now, and had I gone to UCLA at 18, I would have been eaten by the wolves, because I didn't understand, gangs, like really how much the gang culture is, and just like LA is a whole different animal from the Midwest, from Chicagoland area, right? But
Wait, where'd you go to college?
I went to University of Illinois, right? And
Champaign?
yeah. And I was going to go
Okay.
to, I wanted to go to UCLA, right? But the reason I didn't get in wasn't because of the SAT scores, but my counselor didn't tell me I needed to take an SAT too. And had I had, parents that were like involved in what I was doing, I would have had that safety net of someone like looking through the stuff. And, like I said, you're 18, I'm just doing what I got to do to fucking get by. I'm not looking at the fine print. So I didn't know what an SAT 2 was, right? So I completely couldn't even apply to UCLA, right? And so my backup school was Illinois, and I was able to get in. And I just use that as an example, because I went to a good high school, and I don't think it was racism or sexism that held me back. It's just shit happens, And if that shit happened to me, and I was relatively prepared, got good grades, was ready to do it, I mean, I can only imagine for kids who are in a worse off situation, and that was sort of my point.
Yeah, and you got to remember that it's the equivalent of putting food to a starving man who's weakened, and you're putting it up high in a tree, and he doesn't have the ability to get that fruit. And that's the point that we got these scholarships. Guess what? They got them because guess what? They're either misappropriated, which a lot of them are, or they're not being told by school counselors. Yeah, you could look up these damn scholarships online. The qualifications are so staticky. But yet, when you see young black girls, guess what? Everything's told to them, everything's given to them. They're pushed for school. They're told to leave you nappy-headed niggas alone. No. Remember, it's predicated for young boys to work. Why do you need to be educated? You should be working, nigga. You should be making money. You're my son husband. Come on now.
I recall watching a clip. I think it was Ernest Green. Ernest Green was among the first blacks to attend an all-white high school in Arkansas. He talked about how his counselor, he got to college, his counselor asked him, "You ever thought about going and working in sanitation or something like that?" He said, "Excuse me, what?" And he wasn't happy because he ended up, going into administration and such. This is his guidance counselor in a white high school. Along with the racism, he had to deal with the bias from the teachers and whatnot. But he managed to graduate. He would go on to go to college, graduated. He ended up working I think, as a public servant or something like that. As a bureaucrat in the Reagan administration at one time. But the fact that his guidance counselor in high school, said something discouraging That made him wonder. I'm not doing that. Another example is like Charlie Wilson from the Gap Band. He talks about how when he got to college, his counselor there said something really offensive to him. So he'd end up in an alley one of these days. And he did ironically end up in an alley, but he got himself out of that situation with some help from friends and family and whatnot. So, like you said, Charles, they put that plate of food, on top of the tree for you to try to reach. But here's the thing: they cut off some of the branches off that tree, so you can't climb that tree. What do you do now? You don't have the claws to climb up.
But you're expected to do the heavy lifting. You're expected to get that damn shit. Remember, when do we have the mercy rule? Nobody's ever going to get up there and say, you know what? I'm going to put you on my back and shoulder and we're going to ride this shit out. I'm going to lift you up. Then once you get up to a certain spot, you lift me up and we'll keep going until we get it. Not the black men. We're supposed to do the most in America when we're receiving the least.
What was
Charles,
it that? What is the? No, hold on a second.
Who was about to speak?
Actually, I just wanted to ask a question. If y'all remember that one scene in Scandal in the hangar, where Eli Poe, played by Joe Morton, is telling what's his name? Kerry Washington's character, Olivia Pope, his daughter. What did I tell you? That you had to work twice as hard to get half as much as them. What does that tell you?
Well, and I Charles, the metaphor you sort of is actually perfect because it leads into like the point I was wanting to make in terms of like helping each other up the tree. And again, I like the fact that we are able to identify what's going on in the environment, and the fact that the scales are definitely weighted in terms of toward the women. But I also like to game recognizes game and look and see what are some of the things that they're actually doing. And one thing I think that we can give the women credit for, from early on in high school, they let each other know what they need to do for qualifications to get into college, and they help each other out, right? And I think we could do a better job, especially as black men, in terms of giving each other game, especially in that arena, right? Now I think we got this educated laying street do divide that really gets in the middle of that, right? Because you would think that you like early on you see someone smart that let me figure out how to bring him in the crew, because if he starts doing big things, he can turn around and get me with a job or investment or whatever, right? And so we need to be the people that help each other up the tree to get that plate of food. And even if you're at the bottom and you're not going to, maybe there's going to be too many people who are helping each other up and there's not quite enough food on the plate. If we just are working good faith, that eventually, it'll be your turn, right? And I think that's what I think to land the plane. When Kev asked me last night, what do I think why do I come to this space, or what do I think the benefit of the space is? I think the benefit of the space is because we're not in physical proximity with each other. When stuff starts going south, we can't actually attack each other and really get into violent altercations. And it forces us to confront the ideas, right? Because there's only so much name calling you can do. And I think eventually when we get past the name calling, it's like we get back to the ideas, and it really gives us a chance to all sort of sync up, all of us from the different walks of life, right? Because I think that physical proximity, a lot of us lean on it too much to impose our will on other people rather than try to see things from a different perspective.
And I think that's one of the biggest. I'm going to just say this till you got the floor. I think one of the biggest issues is the perspective part. People will say, well, you said there's no opportunities. Yeah, you can put up a lot of opportunities you want. If you say there's jobs out there, but you're not going to hire me, there are no jobs. And people don't get the pun. White supremacy's greatest trick is trying to tell people that it's fair out there. that we are the land of opportunity. That's the greatest trick of white supremacy, and people have yet to fucking realize this shit for over 200 years. The white man's burden. How Kipling of you. Shout out to fucking X-Men 97.
Bro, that show, I mean, I was scared that they were gonna DEI and fuck that shit up.
That's the
Man,
best fucking.
my wife and I are enjoying the fuck out of that show. I
That's the
mean,
best thing Disney Plus ever produced.
oh man.
That's the
Oh
best
Um,
man.
thing. I mean, when he brought that up, you knew that was some adult shit because of the white man's burden with Kipling.
Facts.
That was some adult level shit. And Professor X called him and said, "Oh, how Kipling of you." And this is what I like to tell people. I like to make this up with the black man's burden because, matter of fact, I'm gonna let Bad Hombre speak. Then I'm gonna talk more about this black man's burden. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for allowing me to come up. I just want to briefly put into context how this problem started. Back in
What's
the
good? How you
day,
doing, brother?
hey, how are you, brothers? Well, back in the day, if you had two kids and one was a boy and one was a girl, because our people basically were working on farms, the girl was to go to school to meet a husband, and they didn't send a boy to school because he had to work on a farm. So it started probably back in the way back in the 30s. And I think that with feminism and all that, it's still kind of like that. Women are expected to education. And we as black men, we're just left to fend for ourselves. And that's why I found last night's conversation so disturbing, because I don't know his name, but he was trying to make it seem like it was black men's fault. And it's deeper than that when you don't take it in context of what's going on. I mean, how are we supposed to counter 6 and 7 generations worth of programming overnight? The first thing we got to do is we got to get to the root causes. And then we got to start deprogramming people. So that's the answer to the second question. That's one of the reasons why I come to this space and why I believe this space is so important. So we can bounce ideas off of each other. Like the brother said last night, sort of like a think tank. I think that's a wonderful idea. Now be quiet.
I have a question for Charles because
I
Charles
mean, you
did
can
mention.
continue if you wanted, but I'm glad you said that because that was the space intention is for black men. I don't expect black men to agree with me. You probably think that I'm supposed to agree. Like, I disagree. Like, I've told people this shit. Little known secret. BGS was here. He'll tell you. I scrutinize BGS the most out of anybody. I will call him and text him and say, I'm going to test this shit out. And I will give him credit if he's right. But what people don't even do in this place is come with their facts straight. Look, nobody wants black boys to do better than me. But we got to be realistic about what the fuck these young boys are facing. You know what's the most disingenuous shit to ever do to a person? Is to cut their goddamn head off. I mean, cut their hand off and then hand them a fucking bandage. What the fuck did you cut my hand off in the first place? Or to see someone doing abuse to you and doing nothing about it, especially if that other person benefits from you being abused. That would make you that would disenfranchise your view of the world, wouldn't it? Anybody?
No, I mean, I 100% agree with that. I mean, I I think the issue, especially keying in on the black boys, is like we're going to be able to pry them away from their mothers. without some type of huge government change, right? Like just for emotional reasons, you know, and like, you know, it's just like the Matrix. We use the red pill and the black pill. It's got to be like a voluntary thing. Like whoever wants to change has to sort of want to change, right? Because if we impose it on them, especially black men, you start imposing things on them, they're going to go out of their way to just do the wrong thing simply because you told them to do the other thing, whether or not it's good for them, right?
I don't
That's
know
just
if
like
that's true, McDrama.
I don't want a blanket statement, but I see a lot of that. Like if it's not coming from the right source that they can vibe with, they're just going to either ignore it or do the opposite, simply, you know, cut their nose despite their face, right? But I mean, I'm gonna cede the floor to PK because, you know, I want to hear what you got to say.
Well, I think Bad Hombre was here before me. I mean, I ain't got a whole lot to say. I mean,
What's good, PK?
What's good, yo? I don't know if Bad Hombre wanted to say anything. Did you want to say anything,
Yeah,
bro?
I think that he was actually making some points, but I also think that it's a little bit deeper than that. And this may rub some people the wrong way. I think it's time we just start being honest. Black women hate their kids, the boys and the girls. They're jealous of the girls and they detest the boys. And it's time we stop pretending that we can't all see it. They hate their kids. Yeah, there's some exceptions, but that's just where we are right now. Don't have any empirical data to back that up, but you can almost feel it.
No, I think there's a lot of empirical data. There's a lot of empirical data to support the argument that black women don't really care about their children.
There's so much
don't look at
data.
it that way.
It's
There's
just
so
like
much
when Mike.
data
Oh, go ahead.
that I'm gonna say this. There's so much fucking data that people don't want to talk about it because they'll look at their mothers a different way. That remember when BGS mentioned the Winter Soldier chip? What happens when you get the Winter Soldier chip? You're gonna revert back to your basic programming. Your mom can't do nothing wrong. Your mom can't do nothing wrong. So what happens if your mother is wrong? And yes, I do agree with you, right? Too many niggerlanders, you know? And, you know, you got niggas out there like this and shit, you know? There can only be one niggerlander.
That show was so good.
Well,
I love that show.
Well, you don't gotta hop off, bro. I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you that bad, McDrama.
No, you can stay on because McDrama.
No. I'm no, and again, another thing too is just an aside. Like, I am definitely not the type of person that likes to come up on these panels and hearing people like calling other people dogs or wear a helmet, because I promise you, I just either wouldn't listen or come up on the panel if I didn't think it was worth talking to anybody here, or if I didn't respect anyone's intelligence. And I am not the type of person, like, even if I'm about to go to war with someone or battle them, I'm not even going to insult them, right? I'm going to do as much as I can to do diplomacy, and then I'll quickly switch to battle mode, right? And do my sneak attack or whatever I got to do, right? But like, I'm not the type to like, I mean, whether it's immaturity or whatever, I don't think it's necessary, because it just creates static and we're not able to get to the core ideas of what the whole reason we're here. So
I think
yeah, go ahead.
I think it's this, because Gabe A didn't like it when me and Grinch called him out that time and said, you're passive aggressive. You're the type of person to throw the rock and hide your hand, and he did it the other night. You want to try to call me names to goat me into shit, and I'm just going to call you. That's some sissy ass shit to do. But yet, when I say something back to you, now you want to act like you're the victim. No, nigga, stand on your shit.
In terms of, I'm sorry.
Stop doing that shit. Because when men confront men and call you out for your bullshit, well, and then it's just like when PK, shout out to PK, once again, I commend him for this, when he asked him, nigga, are you black?
Yeah, that's
what makes you different from any other black? What? And see, this is the problem, and I'm going to say this, I'm proud of all my educated brothers. Don't get me wrong, proud of you. But guess what? I'm going to tell you this one. What makes the line really definitive and for so many years between the labor brother, the 9 to 5 brother, the educated brother, was the attitude Gabe displayed. Because you one of the niggas that fell through the cracks, you think you're better than people. I have a lesson for everybody, whether you're educated or not, certified with a trade or not. America has a good way of showing you your nigga card, your nigga wake up card. When you look down on people, America will show you what they really think about you in the worst way. But go ahead, PK.
I appreciate it. Sorry for interrupting. That wasn't what I was trying to do, sir. You can tell McDrama, man, or at least hopefully most of the people in general that have ever seen me on these panels, man, for the most part, I'm not that type of person, bro. I don't generally throw around insults at people. If I'm asking the question, there's generally a reason for it. I'm not trying to get you. There are no gotcha moments that I'm looking for the most part, unless you really are just a complete asshole. In Gabe's case, that wasn't my intention, and I tried to make that clear. I was asking a sincere question because I didn't understand his background, because based on his statements, it wasn't coming across that he was black in the ADOS context. It wasn't really even coming across that he was speaking on behalf of black men and or boys. It seemed as though he was advocating for his own interests, in his own class interests, which was what I was getting by virtue of much of his statements. And so I wanted to kind of pin down where exactly it was, where his allegiances lie, so to speak. And I wasn't trying to, like I said, attack him, but after attacks were heard my way, and based on the build up of the conversation that I had heard thus far, I was already upset. So that's why I kind of went off of my square and let my emotions get the better of me in that moment. I'm not normally that type of person. I generally don't call people names. I'm not that type of person in general. Not in
Did
real
he actually
life,
end up?
not
Did
on
he
the
actually end
internet.
up? Did he actually end up answering that question about whether he was black or not?
No, he didn't. He just
Oh,
said,
okay.
look at the picture. And I guess that was supposed to mean that he was black, in fact. I still don't know.
Oh, Gabe is he's like some sort of African. He has said this before.
Okay, well then I think that
Like
kind of
I have no issue with it or
gives a
nothing, but
little bit more context, but nonetheless, that's a part of what I wanted to suss out around the question in and of itself. And so the text and the statements that I made towards him that day, number one, I'm going to say here in a public venue, and as well to anyone else in general that's listening, I'm not that type of person. In general, if you see me on these panels, that isn't how I normally portray myself, because that's not who I am. Number one. Number two, um, insofar as the discussion is concerned, the reason why I decided that I was going to attack him in the way that I did and call him the names that I did was because of the fact that he didn't really have any real interest, insofar as I could tell, in black boys. And the fact that he was using that as a way to advance his own specific individualist agenda was problematic in my view, because he wasn't really interested in the progression of what it is that black boys have going on. It was mostly how do I put this? A Trojan horse, so to speak, to talk about the issues that black men and black boys have. That's what it was. And people didn't take it for what it was. And I wanted him to come out and actually make that statement, because what he was actually using was he really wanted to get around to make the argument that black people are inferior. But he didn't make the argument plain. And I had an issue with that. Now, when we start to talk about things like education, that can be there can be a conversation to be had there. But when you try to use a lot of window dressing to avoid your actual topic of conversation around black people's quote unquote inferiority, because that's what you really want to discuss as a topic, that now I have to filter through whether or not you're even trying to have an honest conversation to begin with. So I think that while G was trying to, and I'm talking about G Serotonin, who was on the panel the other night, while G was trying to have a conversation about a particular aspect, he wanted to try to have a different conversation off the rip. He didn't want that conversation. And that's why he tried to essentially bog down the conversation by saying that niggas are just interested in spinning whims in Jordans. And it's not a new critique. It's not something that black men haven't heard before. But if you want to have that conversation, that's why I came on to essentially discuss that and lay it out plainly. Okay, humans work the same way. Black people are no different from any other human. Okay, we're people. All right. We're not going to have this conversation in the way that you want to have it. Not not why I have the ability to get up here and have it. And why when I continued to hear the conversation and it evolved into what's going on with college, et cetera, and black men's achievement insofar as scholastics is concerned, I think that we can have a conversation there, but don't try to make it something that it's not. Don't try to bog down the conversation around whether or not there are scholarships, and whether or not black men are able to do what you did. And I don't find any use in trying to make an exceptional statement surrounding an individual black man when we're talking about collective issues, because that's not the conversation. Never has been the conversation. If you want to talk about individual successes, I think we can point to multiple black men who have gone on to be individual successes, billionaires, millionaires, and the ilk. But that doesn't stand to say that black people collectively are doing well, and black men and black boys are collectively doing well. So when we talk about these things, we need to be more careful. Well, not we, but I think that the people who are here to do damage are here specifically to do exactly that. So that's my issue, McDrama.
No, and I agree, and then bring it back to like why I love sort of this space and how this digital platform forces us to sort of deal with each other. Because one thing I pick up from Gabe A, because I'm in tech as well, but I didn't really start out in tech. I'm more artistic, and I just taught myself the program because I didn't want to be broke, and I have a tolerance for pain, right? So I did not mind spending hours and hours figuring this shit out until I mastered it, right? But a lot of people like Gabe, they just sort of naturally took to it earlier on, and then when they get into this tech space, what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to say that he's not emotionally intelligent, but what I think, he's the type of person that's very literal and semantic, and he doesn't really respect the emotional frequency of communication, right? I don't think it's not
He's
that
a
he doesn't understand.
combination of arrogance. He's a
Yeah,
combination of
exactly.
arrogance and a little bit of can't read the room. Because you don't get your way, you want to start throwing cheers. Instead of saying, you know what, like I said last time, there's no empathy for black boys and men. If they're not, if the black boy don't get it the first time, throw that motherfucker away. And that's been the attitude towards black boys for centuries.
And
The
if
nigga
that's
don't
your
get.
view, then just say you don't really like you're not black at that point. In my view, you're really not.
I'm not black. I'm OJ.
Just say, I mean, like, just say that. That would be better. I can respect that in a way.
I don't think it's a thing where he doesn't think he's black or anything, or I think he can definitely read the room, but he's just the type, and I'm not making excuses for him, but I think it's more of us like, it's like of being able to read the type of person and knowing how to crack them to at least get your point in. It's like he's going to be super literal, One, so you have to you literally have to say certain things in order for it to even register. And then I think he's got a sort of, to that arrogant sense, I think it's like a paternalistic, like, I'm going to teach you the right way to go about this because I've gone through it, and this is some of the things that I've sort of experienced.
But it sounds like he's not going to teach the proper
But again, I
steps
think
of his
going back to sort
mistakes.
of what G was trying to. What was that? No,
You cut
No,
out
but I'm
for a
saying
second,
it sounds like he's not going to teach the proper steps to get to where he's at. It's more like he gives the instruction, do it, and he lets you fall on your ass, and then he try to scold you for it, and then he gives up. He doesn't know how to properly teach.
That's 100% it. I mean, you fucking nailed it in a more precise way than I could get.
Because you know what? Because it reminds me, like, you know, if you ever watch, like, I think I was talking about Fresh Affair earlier, and Myron, when he's on the phone trying to give advice to certain dudes about they feeling with women, I'm like, you never gave him instruction about charming or nothing like that. It's more like bing, bang, boom, that's it. Like, no, I don't hear nothing about no flirtation, the details, no charming. Like, you just did like bing, bang, boom, that's it. Like, you're supposed to get it. Like,
and I think that
go ahead,
the emotional discussion.
No, you fucking nailed that shit on the head. Like, I really appreciate that. And that's what G was saying.
I think the emotional
No, go ahead,
discussion
PK.
and
Go
that
ahead,
side of it. No, it's cool, man. I know there's overlap, but it can be fine. There's no issue with that. I mean, like, things are gonna be emotionally charged from time to time. But the thing is that even when you bring up logical points or factual points, unfortunately, he doesn't even want to engage with that. At a certain point, you have to be willing to engage with what is. You can't disregard reality to make your own individualistic arguments. If you want to do that, then unfortunately it leaves you in a place where you're actually arguing from emotion yourself, right? You're not actually dealing with reality as it is. You're dealing with your ideals. And that's what I tried to make clear to him yesterday. You're making idealistic arguments for how things ought to be for your own individualistic situation, and basically overlaying that over the black community as a whole. And it does, like, no, not number one, it isn't working that way right now. Okay. And number two, because if so, then you would see black success. You would see that in black boys and black men on the whole, not in the minority, not in the exception, not in the individual. You would see it collectively. It would be the minority of men who are completely fucked up or aren't doing well to some degree. We
or it's
would
more like he's
see,
the
by
type.
and large, black men in the upper classes, not in the middle and lower classes,
As a
which
matter of fact,
happens to be the case.
It's more like he will question instead of asking questions.
as a matter of fact, that was part of my statement, a large part of my statement. There are none. If the majority of black boys cannot get those scholarships, there are none. Think about it. You already bring up the example of what they got to go through at the house. You already got to bring up the example of what they go to schools where they're fucking hated. I've even said this earlier. Imagine if you.
Charles, you there?
Yeah, you cut out Charles.
But yeah, he
Give him
did
a
bring
minute.
up that he did bring up that example, and it's
Are going to
you back?
progress and go forward in life with that type of fucking surroundings, that type of environment. Who's actually gonna be, successful?
It's
Even
like
fewer.
it's like they expect you to be the magical Negro in a sense. And as far as what I'm getting from what you guys are saying about this big individual, yeah. I mean, Mr. Z talks about this all the time. Like, you expect these men, these kick-ass black men, to come out of just appear like that. It doesn't work like that. Not to mention the schools that a lot of y'all go to. Y'all been through. Some of these young men have been. They're purposely discouraged, or it's just like it's not cool to be smart, and they discourage knowledge, education, and the system being just like, and the ones who do want to get an education, they get miseducated as well.
I want you to think about this, right? As soon as you say something and people want to say this is defeatism, did I say black men cannot be successful?
Literally nobody said that.
No.
Can't proceed. But we're not going to sit there and act like we're producing beings from Krypton, okay? We're not going to sit there and say we're making these overachieving Negroes. Because if you
We're
actually say that, we're not. As a matter of fact, the embarrassingly opposite is happening.
You don't gotta tell me
Like
twice.
it's like I said before. You can say, well, black man could get this job if he just applies himself, but you gave the job to my woman. Well, we had a black quota, and what's the difference? Black man, black woman. Well,
See,
black
that's how
man
they
could,
play it.
if he applies himself, yeah, but look what the fuck he's got to go through. See, it's like religion for me. Any religion that says I have to die to see heaven and not have it on earth when everybody around me is going through paradise on earth is a religion I don't need. The Bible even says, may you prosper just like your soul prospers. Why do I need to go through struggle when none of you niggas are going through a struggle right now? It's incredible because are you the type of person who's going to tutor young black males, young black boys? Well, no, if they can't get it on their own, then they don't deserve it. I'm gonna tell you a little secret about an educated Negro. Not one educated Negro got their degrees by themselves. Not one. Not one. Black people need to admit this shit. You don't live to yourself, you sure as hell don't die to yourself.
Well, he wants to start, and I think that these conversations in general are starting from fallacious positions, and we try to have dichotomous arguments surrounding them, and it's not useful to actually making progress, quote unquote, when it comes to black communal relations, expectations, obligations, et cetera, especially while we lack the foundations for all of these things because we're working within someone else's system where none of these things we have no levers for control over any of it, literally any of it from top to bottom. So unfortunately, Gabe doesn't actually, as it said in in the comments here, he's not. And I think many people like him, and some that aren't even like him, they're not here to have these conversations in good faith for the most part. They're just not, man. And they may use rhetoric and uh, I, some of black, ideals to infiltrate where it is that we coalesce and have these conversations as basically wearing blackface to infiltrate and discuss these matters as if they were in good faith, but they're not.
They're
They're
not.
they're not.
Would you say, excuse me, would you say, PK, that some of these individuals are just coming in here try to co-opt, try to redirect these conversations in a circular motion, or to lead us into circular, pointless conversations?
I would say that to some extent that's true. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it depends on the person. I mean, I can't suss out a group of people and say this is true of all black people within the black manosphere, but I think that there are true to some extent. There are individuals here that their aim is definitely to do exactly that. For what reasons exactly? Some of it could be selfishness, some of it could be because they could have handlers. It could be any number of reasons for why,
Mm-hmm.
but there does seem to be an aspect of that that does take place here.
A lot of it.
Now, some of it, though, however, does need to be revisited because obviously there are new people that come here every day that need to hear the same information repeated. And it's the nature of this type of discussion. You can't actually stop talking about it because until the problem goes away, why would you? It's still a problem.
A lot of people really need to realize this. There are some people who are just anarchists and just wants to see the world burn. And it's very unfortunate that you're gonna put this pedestal. We have this, like, I think black boys are great. Hell, we were all black boys once. All men were just boys who dreamed. Okay. Here's the fact of the matter. When you know that black men have a unique dichotomy in this planet, especially in this country, to disengage that notion is not being serious. It's not being realistic. What we really have is a failure not only to communicate, but to emphasize, but to have empathy. You have to emphasize the fact that there's something that's different out here. How can I be birthed in the same household as my sister, but have totally different results? Like PK stated earlier, there's so much evidence, there's so much scholarly reports that have been put pen to paper, typed, printed out, whatever you need to hear in your brain to put two and two together. There's so much factual evidence that you can no longer deny that these boys are being raised in a destructive, wasteful manner. And for anybody to think that, hey, anybody, I don't give a goddamn if you're a teacher, a truck driver, anybody who can make it without the prison system or the system of the American government on your neck, you're a goddamn superhero. Think about it. What did they say? A third of your fucking men have records? 1/6 of black men are in jail? But not one motherfucker in this country thinks that's a crime against humanity. Not one.
So here's a question, and it's not a question, but it's more of a statement in a way. Um, is it possible for you not only as a class of people to be victimized, but for you to rise above your victimization individually? I would say yes.
Yeah, it's definitely possible to rise above it individually.
I
Like,
would say yes, but that doesn't make you not a victim.
yeah,
You know,
like,
it's two things can be true at the same time, and I think that it's not an either or statement. And a lot of folks want it to be an either or statement. I think that Gabe was trying to make it an either or statement in the conversation last night by
like,
virtue of what he was saying, you know, about how people are quote unquote defeated. Like, no one here is defeated. I think we're all doing well in our own respects. But to be defeated is to no longer persist.
well,
To
the
be
thing is,
defeated,
good.
to be
My apologies.
defeated to be defeated is when you have no will to live, no will to pursue. And the real defeat is, and notice what I talked about yesterday and what PK was talking about was not about defeat. It was about strategy. We can't go about it the same way as everybody else because that will give you nothing but failure, which will lead to defeatism or defeated mindset, if you will. So, what we have to do is be very realistic about the world and how to go about it. And if somebody says to you, it's raining while they're pissing on your leg, you know, you got to look at that motherfucker with the side eye and then kick the shit out of him from pissing on you. But what a lot of people like that try to do is like try to blame you
for being the one who's pissed on. Well, it's your fault.
You just stood there, like Riley would say.
You just stood there, and I had to piss.
Well,
So it's your fault. But then they'll blame you for kicking the ass.
Because Ed actually just did a stream like talking about this. This is why I mentioned earlier, because obviously I fuck with the brother Naima. I fuck with Salchi, but Ed was like doing a stream talking about it's typically like, for whatever reason, that it's African dudes looking down on other black men, and like if you can't answer the question whether you're black or not, that's crazy.
Now, I mean, it was a simple question. I don't know why you took such offense to it. I really don't. Like when McDrama, tried to clear it up, because I guess he may have even thought maybe I was attacking him, but that wasn't the intention.
Nah.
No, and
You're always in the
like
right place.
and again, that's why like most of the time on the panel, PK, you're making really succinct and smart, cogent arguments and everything. So like one thing I hope, like we can make exceptions for certain like figures in the space. Like I think Charles, BGS, doing the Socratic method. I do think there's a time and a place for it, but definitely when we're in a situation when tempers are getting flared and we're like in a debate. I know for me when people do that to me, because people do it to me at work or whatever, like I do have to check my emotions. Like it does make me put my finger closer to the button, so to speak, right? Because it's like you're sunning me, right? Rather than you just telling me what it is you're trying to say, you're trying to walk me through, like you're trying to teach me something, and I don't mind being taught in the right context. But if we're like, it just as a grown man, you're just like, why are you asking me this question? Why can't we just go about it? And again, like I said, like certain people do it, like Charles, BGS. I think we can sort of give that pass, because I think they do get to greater points in sort of the way they speak. But
Well, I'm not the type to Socratic a person to death. I wasn't actually intending to question him to death. I just wanted to ask that one question. That was it. It wasn't. I didn't even ask him any. Do you remember me asking him?
No.
Additional questions after that?
No. You're just like, what I hope we can do is turn this more into like, man, like competing wrestling factions or whatever, like, because I really think like if we could, if like, especially with the whole stuff that MOT is doing now, and like the Black Brain Trust, of like how they take things so serious, how they make blood oaths against people, like we hate you. It's just like if we all could like just like get on the same page and like have like a real Coliseum, and this side does their research and this side does their research, and we come together and we talk some shit, we call names once in a while because that makes it entertaining. Everyone's views would go up, and to Trey's point, we're sharpening the arguments. Like if we can actually get these dissenting opinions together, and just like in wrestling, they're not really trying to hurt each other. Sometimes mistakes happen. Sometimes they do throw a real punch in there, fuck you, dude. But like at the end of the day, they keep the wrestling act going on. Like if we can do that, like I think the space will really start to unlock its true potential, right? Because it's the more, and I'll land the plane right after this metaphor. The strongest walls built are ones using different sized rocks, right? Like that's why you can go see these really old fucking monuments and walls that are still standing, because they're not using these uniform bricks, right? It's the same thing when they make like things made out of diamonds. They make a lot of smaller diamonds that are different shapes, because a pure diamond, if you hit it at the right angle, you can split it perfectly, right? And I think that analogy works very much for this situation. If we can find a way to mortar together all of our different opinions and points of views, and hold the space, and for more and more people to come and build that wall, that thing, like I think we're really start building that thing that we think we're building, right? But
I think
when we start doing this faction, go ahead.
I think your analogy only holds weight in worth in the sense that quote unquote wall or building or structure, everyone has the same aim to build that structure, and they're not
Mm-hmm.
using that rock to destroy the building.
Mm-hmm.
Does
I
that
agree.
make sense?
No, I
Yeah, that makes
100%
perfect
agree.
sense.
I 100% agree.
So I don't
That
think that
that
these
made
people are in particular. I think those lines have already been drawn insofar as they're trying to destroy it, and they've made that clear in their statements. Some of them, not all, some of them. And I think that's a part of the reason why there can't actually be any collaboration in between these two particular separate factions, and probably never will be, because their
that,
aims and their very baseline positions presuppose, at least in your argument, that they are on the same team and that they want to build this building, but they don't. They're not. Their aim is the exact opposite.
that's why like certain conversations you can't have with certain people. You can't help everyone. Everybody's not meant to technically work together like that. Idea may sound good, but to pull it off, some people just too far gone in their own beliefs and stuff. So it's like, it is what it is. You got to set things what it is. I'd have to,
Going,
I had
going,
multiple debates
gone.
with people when it came to how it is with the game because I played differently. Only a certain amount of guys only agree with me. That's that the others gonna go against me because they're too far going their beliefs. The other day I had drove two passengers in my car, two ladies. I tried to touch them about
Mm-hmm.
finance, give them the game on that. All they did was question me and act like a smart ass about it also too. Like mama, definitely. Because they too far going in their own beliefs and stuff. Because I was catching a lot what they were saying and I was trying to give them some advice, but they still struggling their own way and stuff when it comes to money. And I'm like, yo, we all got to be taught differently now and stuff. How to finance works, because you keep looking at a certain class. They was born silver spoon in their mouth, blah blah blah. All of them was not born silver spoons in their mouths. They know how to teach themselves differently, break out of certain traditions how they was taught. They realized one thing: okay, money's not being made this way. If I'm gonna be wealthy, I can't just be working for someone all my life. I gotta change up how I see money as it is. So I gotta have money work for me. That's how it really is about. Like, there's multiple steps. It's like one of the factors I heard this lady says, the crowd you keep around you is going to either hinder your success or grow it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Your network is your net worth.
You nail on the head multiple
Exactly.
times, my friend. You hit multiple nails on the head on that one. You put up a whole wall with that one.
Hey, Charles, man, you saw that
But like
Deadpool Wolverine trailer, man? I know off topic, man, but I know you saw that trailer, man. Did anyone y'all see that?
No, what?
I still need to check. I need to check.
Oh, y'all gotta check it out.
I'm sure.
Ooh, I
But I
got my whole
gotta go to work, so I'll catch y'all later, man. But yeah,
Okay,
that's
bro.
just kind of
All right, motherfucker.
that's just kind of my view on it, man. I could go in and talk about everything surrounding the conversation. I think there's stuff there to actually discuss, but unfortunately, it didn't actually branch into you know productive discussion by virtue of the two people that were there. So. McDrama Bear, if you want to be that dissenting opinion, you know, you can be. I think that you aren't. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm
No,
serious. In some ways, I think that, you may have dissenting opinions and you don't seem to be a bad actor. However, I'm not sure that everyone that has a dissenting opinion is not a bad actor. And in those two people's cases, I think that they are. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong, but I think that they are, based on my view. So I don't know. I'll catch y'all later, though.
I feel that. Peace out, PK.
Later.
Drive safely. Stay safe out there.
I just find it like amazing. Like you have let's just take the Black Brain Trust as an example. Like if you're worried about getting views, it's only advantageous to you to constantly go on other platforms and get people to subscribe to you. Like that's how you play the YouTube game. Just from a purely self-interested standpoint, you would want to go on different platforms and be there as long as you can and ingratiate yourself enough to to stay on there as long as you can, and you know, and not necessarily steal subscribe, because people can subscribe to multiple channels, you know, and I think, you know, what I think the issue is what is the issue with the world is right now we can't solve any of the world issues because we are all entirely too emotional. Whether it's black people, it's white people, it's everyone, before they do the right thing, they will feel a type of way and then do the exact opposite right thing just because they feel a type of way. And you got billions of people doing that shit. And until we can sort of get to a place where where rather than we send kids to school to learn all this shit that they don't really remember, spending more time how to manage and recognize your emotions and understand if the emotions you're having are helpful for your outcomes and what you're trying to do, right? Like if like just like that's really the next 100, 200 year challenge for humanity, in my opinion.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please do. I'm done.
Okay. So based off of what I'm hearing, because like I said yesterday, my bad, Charles. I wish I was there to support, but I had to go to sleep because I had to wake up 2:30 in the morning to go to work. But based off a little bit that I'm hearing when it comes to certain groups, is I'm going to basically explain it from like the war aspect, right? In any conflict, right? You know, you got measures of performance versus measures of measure of performance versus measure of effects, and that's the way I look at stuff, just because of the way I was trained. And if a person is trying to come at me in a certain way, right? There's a reason why they're doing that. Or if they're trying to come at the group in a certain way, there's a reason why they're trying to do that. And it comes to the aspect of respect, right? We're all a part of the community. I'm not going to say I'm ADOS because I'm not, but I support ADOS just because I don't like seeing another person suffer, right? That looks like me. So with that, right, I'm going to try my best to support them and help them out. The problem is that you have individuals out there that want to use that in order for their own benefit. So they're willing to sacrifice, do what they need to do. Or the best example is if you watch Django Unchained, Samuel L. Jackson's character, when Jamie Foxx came on to the freaking Candyland. And it's ridiculous where people will sit there and think that they're that elite in order to sacrifice you and then improve to the crowd in order to try to get more subscribers. That's all.
No, that was good. I definitely agree with what you're saying. I think that's a good perspective too. Like having the war, the armed service, military perspective on it. I mean, that adds another layer to everything we're talking about.
So this is part of the reason why I like Kev's channel, because like to what McDermott Bear was talking about earlier, you know, like there can be dissenting opinions, and you know it can be hashed out in real time or not, which typically it's not. But at least like there's a platform where you're able to do that. But it seems like these dudes are, I'm not sure if it's like they're afraid of conflict or what the deal is, why they would prefer to just talk shit in the background.
I
No,
would
keep
say
going, man. Yeah.
I will say this, because I dealt with people like that in my career, my current career, right? Certain communities or certain cultures, that's the way that they do their form of social battle, like on the social battlefront, right? So they will do things like in an indirect way or passive aggressive way because that's the way that they will, you know, basically shoot their rounds at you. But if you've never seen that or never been trained in that, you're going to get slaughtered. You're going to get embarrassed. And then they can go and then try to go and say, hey, look what I did, you know, in their closets and stuff like that. But out in the open, they're going to play the victimization card real quick. So people like that, typically what I do, because I would treat it like chess. As soon as I see that type of round come out at me, where they will probably try to do like a little sneak diss, you got to call it out immediately, because if you don't call it out immediately and you're thinking that they're coming in good faith, it's like a person will compliment you before they insult you. That's the first thing that you got to recognize, and then you got to crush it right then and there, because you got to dismantle their attack, because you know that's what they're about. I mean, if you sit there and you do your research, do your your recon and stuff like that, you will see that this is the way that this person is going to be, because they're not cool with you, or they probably don't think that you should be a part of their elite group. So you got to identify immediately, and then you got to address that point before you can actually go to the real point. Because like the other guy said, there's a lot of people that's not going to come in good faith at all. They're just trying to create conflict, because conflict is what sells in today's world. Everybody is attracted to drama, and the more eyes you have on it, the more money you're going to make.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Not that many people are
Also,
attracted
but
to it.
also
Trust me.
to add to that, to also add with that, a lot of people hate it when you catch them on their bullshit and call them out for it. Because when me and Grinch called them out on that shit, you're very passive aggressive. No, I don't sound, dude. Hold on.
Charles, you broke up.
I
No,
think he
he
had to
said
step away.
on.
And
Like,
here's a quick aside I wanted to sort of bring up, and this is like a call to arms for, I'll say, younger Gen X, millennials, and zillennials of the space. I mean, it's getting to the point where, this world is our world at this point, right? And it's definitely respect to the older Gen X and the boomers out there, and we want to listen to them, right? But I will hope to see like us to sort of take the reins in terms of not even just this space, but like this entire world, right? And do things the kind of the way that we want to do it, because the old world is dead, and you have a lot of people that are still holding on to these old ways of thinking in terms of how you're supposed to act, how you're supposed to do things, how just the whole way that it worked in the 60s, 70s, 80s. While there are, of course, little nuggets that are always going to persist, like I think the millennials represent that mark in human history where everything after us is going to be completely different. And we have a lot of older cats that are trying to hold on to that old world that is no longer here, and they aren't leaving space for the younger generation to really take hold, right? And I think at the very least what we can start doing is fighting for that space, because these characters aren't going to be around too much longer, right? And what's going to be left is the echoes of all the devastation and damage of their of not willing to update with the times, like, you know what I'm saying, and not willing to see like the old world is gone. It's over, right? And it's this new way of doing things, right? Especially when the Z's and the A's, alphas really start getting older, right? And I think us, the younger Gen X and millennials, I think we're really responsible for really grabbing those reins and preparing the world for the future.
unfortunately, like you said, the older generation does not want to let go. Instead of passing the torch like they should, we have to forcibly take it from them.
Exactly.
But the
yeah,
problem is
I was gonna
they
push back on that as
don't
well.
want to let go because their mindset being what it is. I mean, I know people blame the boomers and whatnot, as well as the silent generation, but a lot of them are on death's door, you can say. But the problem
Like,
is let's not forget how many of us are gone. How many of our generations are gone due to numerous things, due to numerous ailments, diseases, conflicts, and whatnot. So whoever is still got their heads screwed on straight, they have to take the reins and lead. But unfortunately, you have to be wary that there are still needs to be a lot of filtering to do to make sure that the right people within our generations are in the right places to lead everyone to whatever great future we have ahead of us. Unfortunately, there are people of our generations who have old, outdated ways of thinking, and they could be quite detrimental to the grand scheme of things. So what balances and checks do we have to make sure the right people are in the right jobs or in the right positions to make sure things go where they need to be? That's my question. How do we do that? How do we vet people?
So to that, right? There's another aspect to that, and I keep pointing at these people who think that they're elitists. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to create dynasties. So they want to keep the system the way that it is from generation to generation to generation. So their bloodline always is in rulership. That's one of the biggest issues. So if you really think about it, like you had the monarchs, Queen Elizabeth recently died, but look at it from a social standpoint, right? Like you have certain senators that are grooming their kids to take their place and to be future senators, and they're keeping the system the same. That's the one aspect that I see that is constantly going to be a problem, because it's like, okay, well, let's make generational voters. Let's keep them in this system, keep them exactly like that, and then just keep it the way it is. Because these issues that we're talking about, I mean, if you really think about it, I'm an 80s baby, and I haven't really seen that much of a change. It's the same argument, it's the same crap. And as much as I try to push hard, and I'm in my 40s now, I'm like, yo, like, why is this still a stalemate? Why do I still have someone that looks like me trying to keep me down? Like, out of random jealousy. Like, what the hell is this? Oh, you a sellout. How the fuck am I a sellout? What are you talking about? Just to get me emotional, charged up, and then now I'm distracted and I'm not trying to get mine to make sure that my kids have theirs. And it's like, okay, now you start to look at social media and it's being taught, like, how do I take somebody else's money? I mean, you have these females out here, not to turn to the females, but like when you see them say stuff like, oh, I only want to date scammers and thieves or whatever. It's like, how can you boast about that? They're basically saying that they're trying to have kids with these people, which means they're trying to reproduce with this type of mentality.
That is on their level, because such
Drug
individuals
dealer
on their
per K.
level, they're trying to. Yeah, most of them are ratchet like those, and the ratchets who make up the bottom 20. They mate with other ratchets, just like the elites. It's on mating with the elites, and everybody else is in the middle.
But you're now starting to
And
have, like, for example, not to cut you off, I just wanted to add this piece. But if you start looking at judges, right, these female judges, they're out here trying to, promote the 304 like image from their position. They're educated, they went to school, they went to law school, they're judges and stuff like that. And then now they're behaving like that from that position. That's the part that blows my mind. That's the only part I wanted to add. I'm done.
aren't these the same women that are also who back in their youth were involved in the Freaknik by any chance?
Oh wow. I'm gonna let you talk on that one.
Who remembers the Freaknik documentary that was supposed to be coming out or just came out?
I've
Like
heard a lot of people
black
talking
women
about it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, a lot of women are trying to put injunctions to stop that shit from being produced because that's gonna expose them. It's not like how the white girls who were on those Girls Gone Wild videos could be able to cover their asses. Excuse my French, but I do think if you were like that when you were young, hey, you were like that when you were young. Just own up to it. Or like all the people who just wild out at Burning Man festivals and such. It is what the F it is. Just gotta own up to it. So yeah, that was young and wild at that time. I'm not that person anymore. Instead of trying to hide that. But like we said, it's that crabs in a barrel mentality that Noir Truth was talking about. That's what's keeping a lot of people trapped and stuck in the system. Instead of crowds working together, you have crowds pulling each other down because everybody's trying to get to the same spot, but they're so desperate they panic and shit. I'm willing to help you, but everybody's thinking if I help them, I need to double cross this guy before he double crosses me. Because everyone's thinking, I mean, you can have the best intentions, but you can't, help anybody, just about anybody. You got to help certain people because you don't know if that person is going to hurt you in the end. That's the thing I got to worry about. I mean, that's why you have cases like, people are self-isolating as a result.
Well, it's interesting, like to ping off of the Freaknik thing, because it and I'm going to sort of tie that together with my running argument about, the overemphasis of pimping and macking in the community, but I'm going to spin it a little bit different. But like, it's funny how the whole society, like at least our Western society, you see a lot of commercials, like it's the over sexualization of everything. Like I can do whatever I want with my body. I can be a prostitute if I want. I can wear what I want. It doesn't matter, right? But then as soon as, like, for instance, and I might be getting the details wrong, like like you heard Russell Brand recently got in trouble for maybe having sex with a minor or something, like a 16-year-old or something. It's these two completely separate ways of looking at the world that they're trying to have at the same time. They're trying to, on the one end, say sex doesn't matter, little girl, young women can do whatever they want with their body. But then also they're trying to say, don't do that to them. They're precious. They shouldn't, you shouldn't be having sex with them. And it you have to sort of decide what side of it are you on. And I think what they're trying to not grasp and they need to realize is that, it is important, right? It does matter who, especially as a woman, who you're having sex with, right? Like, even as a guy, like it does matter. It isn't just a thing you can just do and it doesn't matter, right? And that's sort of why we're having this Me Too moment, because at the same time, while there's this liberation, they're also cranking down on if you look at someone wrong and all these very puritanical ways of looking at sex, right?
Indeed. I mean,
I'll speak briefly on that piece. I'm not going to get charges. I'm not going to get Charles's page demonetized or us get shadow banned, but I'll talk in this sense and you'll understand why. So the piece that you just brought up, I think that thing started back in 2012, 2013, if you know what I'm talking about. It seems that this is the thing that our culture don't really get, is that we're constantly being used as Trojan horses in order for us to start a mass or some form of a movement and then get subverted. And then when you look at it from the outside looking in, right, you just see a mass of people. And then it turns into a situation where it's like, oh, this is a lot of people. We need to do something about it. And then at the very end, when you really think about the movement that you just spoke on, like how far did it go for those that are in our community versus those that are not in our community? It seems like every time we try to do something in order to stand for ourselves from history till now, it always gets subverted and is used in order to give a certain culture more power over their own men, to the point where now they can try to balance it or even flip it. And then the other piece that they do, from what I've been seeing, is that they raise their sons to be just as simpish. And then now when you start to get to the point where I'm at in my job, you start to see this simpish behavior for these men that are in these leadership positions. And it's like, you'll see a person that's doing something bad or a woman doing something bad. And it's like, yo, are you going to say something about that? And then now you're starting to give some form of bias towards that.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll stop right there.
100% agree.
well, I mean, Noir, you do have a value. That's interesting. I mean, you have to understand first and foremost, black folks are the canary in the coal mine. So white people have this. So non-whites have the sneeze. Means black folks got the pneumonia and such. May not be accurate, but you guys get the gist of what I'm trying to say. We have to always be aware about things like, infiltration, co-opting, COINTELPRO. It says that they need controlled opposition of sorts. So as to misinform and mislead black folks from getting where they want to be. That's one of the dangers. This is why, groups should not follow the so-called leaders blindly. They should question everything that the leader says and hold them accountable. Otherwise, the greater society will. And yikes. On a different note, just hearing about Russell Brand getting caught in some underage mess and whatnot. Yeah, deviancy among other groups is tolerated to an extent. But if he were of our ilk, they'd be throwing the book at him right now. If those allegations are accurate and true. But true about the whole thing about, sex selling. I mean, sex, fear, drama, controversy, all these things sell because they draw attention. Like people need to be more aware of what they're involving themselves in. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
100%.
we're just being respectful. That's all. That's why I ain't saying nothing.
Okay. I mean, it's
Well,
just like,
and
don't let me. Go
no,
ahead.
in terms of those different abstract ideas that are for sale, I think we can do what like Biggie says and never get high in your own supply. So if you're gonna sell it,
Yeah.
right? Okay, go sell it, but don't get don't actually be getting high off the drama, off the fear, off the sex, all that stuff, right? You yourself have to live a very disciplined
McDonald
life,
Beer,
right?
before you continue. McDonald Beer, before you continue. It is 3:16 a.m. over here. So can I please get a hell yeah from everybody in here?
Hell yeah.
Thanks, y'all.
It's about the quiet storm. The quiet storm hours. But you got to remember that strategically, there's always going to be people looking for black people to make everything look cool. If the black folks go with it, then it's okay. Because they don't trust shit from us. Well, that's usually from the conversation part that Noir was talking about. And I was being quiet because I was in the cigar shop. So.
Oh, any goodies?
I think it was funny when somebody mentioned about the pro wrestling part, and
Oh, that was McDrama Bear.
Yeah.
I'm always Team Undertaker, by the way.
I'm a little privy to Bret Hart, but cool guy though. But it's always funny how we'll have conversations about the plight of the black society, and everybody must notice this. There's always going to be that one motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill. And once you have a conversation with a person, it should take you about 5 minutes to figure out this person doesn't really want to have a conversation. They just want to have a battle. And it's insanity because people will disguise it to say, "Oh, I want people to believe what I say. I want black society to do better and all this stuff." But I got something against you because they call you something that you're not. Ever since people call BGS the master teacher, do you know how many people actually had a bug up their ass for that? It's not like he called himself that.
Well, like that was one of the arguments that was being made when Kev was having a conversation, was that like specifically they were talking about the whole like master teacher versus the brain trust, and the brain trust guys were like, well, I think it was Mike at the time, and he was like, I didn't name myself this, they named us this, and Kev was just like, isn't that the same thing that happened with BGS?
Yeah. Everybody, I didn't call myself officer of the goddamn law. Oh no, sorry. It's the old saying.
No, but a certain someone did give you the nickname whoremonger.
Yeah. You don't give yourself a nickname because it's not cool. You just pray that the one that's thrust upon you is cool. And because of those titles, there's a lot of jealousy. And I really have to say this. Black men need to stop taking too many cues from their women. because you can hear the bitchiness come out of a lot of dudes. Not
100%.
calling them a bitch, but they have a lot of bitchiness in them. They have a lot of cattiness. Oh, who called you a master teacher? You're not educated.
Like I'll say this real quick. When I hear some of these guys talk, I can kind of hear the estrogen flowing out of them.
Vaginally. It's sad because nobody's trying to be in a pissing contest of what other people call them. That's bullshit. And they always want to take, oh, call off your dogs, call off this. I'm like, dude, nobody's trying to argue with you. And people forget. I think a lot of people never learn from their parents how to have a conversation with others. I really do. I really do think that a lot of people are actually socially awkward, so much so that when they speak with other men, they can't say anything cordial. They have to be on the attack. Well, if I'm nice, they'll take me as being a weakling. But if somebody calls you out on the bullshit that you're doing, you're passive aggressive. And when you try to make sneak disses on chats, shit like that, people are gonna call you out for it one day, especially if they catch you on a chat. Don't get mad.
Well, speaking about that, actually, like just the other day, like I was over on that other side, and you know what? I had Gay Bay pop up in the chat, and like, you know, he's talking shit. He was saying, you know, I'm a BGSite or whatever he was saying. I was like, bro, you realize that like these people that you fuck with were clowning you, and I defended you just because you weren't here to defend yourself. And he shut up after that.
Yeah, and see how he was starting this shit. Like, here's the crazy part. When I told him, and I waited till he was on a chat to tell him, because there's many a times I was in Art New Styles chat, and he makes a comment towards me, and I address him. And when you're in the chat, you think I'm not going to say it to you live and living color, you know, in real time? Dude, I'm like, look, there's many a times I'll look at a person's content, and 90% of the time I don't even make a comment. Unless it's something that I agree with totally, or, you know, to fill my 2 cents, or something I totally disagree with, and I'll give the reasons why. Not, oh, you just bullshit. No, this is the reason why. And I think there's a lot of awkwardness with a lot of people and a lot of arrogance. Well, I did this and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. A lot of these guys, there's a lot of guys who are married. Oh, well, you got to get married. Guess what? Some of those guys are miserable. Well, I'm going to leave my wife. No, that's too much damn money to do that shit, son. Stop that bullshit. Or, you know, there's some guys who wish they could get a bunch of women. Instead of being okay in their shoes, in their box, be the man that you be a man on your terms, not everybody else's. And the pitiful part about the black masculinity is that many of times you only see masculinity through your women. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna try to pick fights or pick shit with other men who 9 times out of 10 you can have a cordial conversation with them. But because you always gotta feel like you the head nigga in charge, you gotta just throw out things. And I'm not just talking about gay babe. There's a few people. I just noticed that. It's like I'm not Mr. Z. God bless him. I don't torture myself listening to them silly bitches.
Yeah, I
Chris,
always tell Z he's doing the Lord's work on that.
yeah, Chrissy and Bowser, whoever the fuck. Like, I don't listen to them silly bitches. There's nothing any of them could do for me.
I can't even stand 1 minute of their rhetoric. I don't do it. But for some reason, the guys will come over to channels where they claim they don't like just to be snarky. Snarkiness is a female trait, man.
I mean, there are channels I used to go to. I don't go to anymore. Realizing what they were. It took me a while, but realizing just what they were about. And I was like, I mean, I was cordial with a couple of them, but realizing what they were doing, it's like, I can't vibe with that. I mean, there are channels I don't. What you're saying?
There's a lot of people you don't want to be associated with. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be guilty by association.
Oh, no, you don't.
And there's a lot of people I've talked to for years behind the scenes. It was like, you're gonna have to make that shit right. And I'm not naming names. There's a lot of motherfuckers that I've talked to behind the scenes and be like, you're gonna have to make that shit right.
Yeah. Speaking of Mr. Z, he's doing the Lord's work. Unfortunately, we got to look out for some of our brothers because, some of those women, they're starting to look pretty fine to some certain cats. And we're like, we need interventions. Otherwise, because it looks like the simp chimp is being reactivated in some of our brothers.
Well,
or should we just let them be and learn the hard way?
The simp
Yeah,
shit
let them
was
learn
never
the hard
taken.
way.
All right.
That's the secret. The simp shit was never taken from them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who talk tough Tony shit. I want to see how tough you are when you in front of that female. A lot of niggas be like, yeah, I run my house, but they got to go to the basement and whisper in the corner.
Henpecked husbands. Henpecked. This is why I'm grateful I live alone.
And I get it. You need an outlet. But come on, man. Stop playing it like motherfuckers are He-Man and they swinging the sword of power up in the sky and she's holding to your leg. My hero. No. There's some dudes who the only reason they're in relationships is because they were Mr. Third, not even second.
Not even third, fourth or fifth in many cases.
You talking about on the bench?
Yeah, third, fourth bench, fourth,
at least
third, and fourth string bench warmers.
At least, and some of them in the bench would be grateful. Some of them are just water boys.
Man.
You better be glad that telepathy is not a real thing. Yeah, tell me who's the best. Mikey. Tell me who's the second best. Johnny. Tell me who's right now. Yeah.
If telepathy was a thing, there would be a lot of people in jail right now. I'm just saying.
This is why I always say that Professor X is the best X-Men.
Well, he knows all your secrets.
Yeah.
I mean, just.
Technically, Jean Grey, right? She's actually Omega level.
So
drama bear. We're gonna beef over that. Not Jean Grey, Professor X.
Well, she's Omega level, bro. She's definitely stronger.
Well, they both are.
No, you look it up. Look it up. I literally just looked it up yesterday. Professor X actually isn't. And I was surprised. Magneto is.
They both are, and it's funny because you got to think he's the guy who taught her how to control her powers.
Mm-hmm.
When it came to that one, he's actually pretty powerful. Anytime he can communicate with animals, that's how powerful his telepathy is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So you got to remember, he can communicate with alien creatures who have different structures of minds than humans. So yeah, he's up there with her. they try to
Yep.
give a little bit of boost. Like, of course, Magneto's like Omega level because magnetism is one of the fundamental forces of nature. You put him out there in fucking space, like Artisan said. Think about it. Magneto's only limited because he's on Earth and he just doesn't want to rip shit apart.
No, that's facts.
You put him in space, he's pretty much controlling meteorites. And then if you're powerful enough to change the magnetic poles, you're pretty much powerful enough to theoretically create wormholes and possibly time travel. So, hold
And
on,
I didn't
folks.
know this.
Candy
that
gave a
Storm-
mango. Candy
Storm
gave a
is-
mango.
He's got a candy gram.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Before I forget, I wanted to say this. What Charles was saying. Just remember, snarkiness is a form. Damn, it almost left my mind. It is arrogance mixed with manipulation. That's all I wanted to say.
Yep.
True.
As you were saying, McDrama Bear.
I was just nerding out. I was Storm is actually Omega level as well. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Storm is up there, and like Ed
Yeah.
actually did a stream about that as well, where he was talking about that. Like, basically, if they were to make a Storm movie, like his view was that black men would actually go out to support that. I would watch
Yeah.
it. I fuck with Storm.
Yeah. No, she's up there, man. I didn't know that. And in an alternate universe, Cable, Jean Grey and Cyclops' son, he's actually a really strong. Basically, he's got the same powers as Jean Grey, but he doesn't know how to control it. And by the age of 24, he like the powers would just rip his body apart. And so because Cable is like infected with that techno virus, right, from Mr. Sinister.
He has
And
that
so
virus.
that virus is actually the thing that keeps him alive because half of his power is being devoted to keeping that virus at bay. And so with that basically keeps his power in check, basically.
Refresh my memory real quick because I've been out of the game for a while. Storm is Bishop's mother, right? Or am I off on that one?
I didn't know that. I don't know. That might be true. I don't know. That might be true. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
know
can't
bits and
remember all
pieces,
stuff.
right? I don't know the full thing. YouTube is great because I can watch little shorts and they'll like break down different sagas, and I'm like, oh damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I used to read it a lot when I was younger, and then they just kept like resetting. Then I got to college and I just didn't have time. So when I hear people talk about certain things or when I'm watching movies, I'm like, wait, that's not right. It was like, oh no, man, they reset. New 52. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Huh? I'm just lost. That's why I gotta ask y'all for the updates.
Yeah, that shit gets too hard to follow.
We got a troll here saying some goofy shit in the chat.
Hang on, let me check.
Okay. So I used to stream on another platform a couple of years ago, and then I got off of that, and then I decided to come on here. And typically, when people come in like that, it's probably like a spam account that they created so that they can hide behind that, because there's no reason for it. So it might be someone that knows somebody, and they probably send them over here. I don't know. It's just an assumption.
My guess is it's Gabe.
Oh no, I know that. Oh, I've seen this person before. Yeah. That name is of my ilk. So yeah, It's like that person's just here to troll. I've seen this
It seems
person
like they're here
troll
to
a
troll
lot.
you.
Huh? No, he doesn't. He can't. I haven't blocked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me
I,
make
I
sure
was
I
just
got him
coming
blocked.
from like the enriching aspect of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Savage, thanks. Like I said, I'm not into the comic book stuff like I used to, so I'm just like lost on everything. And then even that, like these movies are screwing up a lot of stuff too. So I'm like, okay, what's canon and what's not. And also, honey, yeah,
Hey,
same
salute
thing.
Longo Savage.
Yeah, the movies, they do their thing, but yeah, like you said, they sort of go off onto a tangent and sort of change things up.
I mean, it's like it seems like everything's just going from good to bad, you know? Like in the 2000s, that's when, things were good. It's just a lot of the recent stuff, sometimes you question what are they thinking?
I got
It's
some
because
smoke
Losing
for
sharp.
Charles. I'm waiting for him to come back. I got some smoke for Charles because Charles said that Disney Plus the best show is X-Men '97, and I would argue that Shogun is up there with it.
that's not really Disney Plus. That's more Hulu. I mean, I guess you can see Hulu stuff now on Disney Plus, but
Yeah.
I think that's a
Yeah,
technicality.
yeah, it is a technicality, and I am trolling a bit because
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Okay, you trying to get him sparked up a little bit. Okay. My bad. That's an
well,
old school slang, y'all.
Sparked up.
well, Shogun it plays on Disney Plus out here, so
It
Yeah.
does. It does. You ain't lying. You're not
Wait,
lying.
wait. Have any of you seen the original series?
No, I haven't. I'm kind of
Oh,
glad I
I
like,
didn't,
have.
though.
the original
oh
series.
yeah.
The original one, Richard Chamberlain.
Is that the one that looks like black belt theater? Like for those people that used to watch it back in the day after wrestling, like at 12
Yeah,
and a
something
half,
like
12
that.
in the morning. Yeah, I know you're talking
Something
about.
like that. Yeah, I remember I grew up with that. I remember watching that series when I was younger and watching the whole miniseries, and that was pretty cool. What
Oh,
up, Luango? Oh, the Macho Man, Luango Savage. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Man, this is a little intense out here right now. It's a little intense, and I'm trying to keep a lid on it, but it's not that easy. Oh, dig it. Yeah. Man, I don't have the voice for it. Oh,
rest in peace, Savage. But the funniest shit I've seen is that that black dude that did an impersonation of him when he did Flair.
oh,
I was
you
in
mean
tears.
Jay Lethal? Jay
Yeah,
Lethal.
I was in tears. Like I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time
You
because
mean
he
the
shot.
Wolf?
Yeah, that. Because he says some stuff that because people who used to watch wrestling would catch it. He says some stuff that was only on house shows that's not like really recorded. And
Yeah.
that's why Flair was like, "Whoa, that's my line." Because certain things he won't say on TV, like the one that he said that was real funny was jumping on is a lot easier than jumping off if you get the reference. He said that on a house show.
Uh-huh. Oh.
That's what threw off Flair. Like if you caught it, it threw him off. He was like, "Whoa," he dug deep. But yeah, I also
Man,
stopped watching wrestling too.
I still watch it. I still watch it, especially for the entertainment. I mean,
I just wish I had the time, but current career, I probably work like 16-hour days. Probably be getting off soon because I got to wake up early, drive 2.5 hours to work, stuff like that. So some of the
Yeah.
stuff I live off my memories, but that's why sometimes I live vicariously through y'all. Like if you've read the comic books and you tell me, I'm like, all right, I guess at least I'm caught up. But like I
Yeah.
think Mel brought it up. I wasn't on when he said it, but I did see the Wolverine Deadpool
Yeah,
trailer, and I'm gonna
yeah.
watch that definitely because that
I was
crap looked
actually
serious.
I was actually about to ask about that. How was the trailer?
I saw bits and pieces of it because I was dealing with a lot of issue. I almost told my job, but anyway, I was dealing with a lot of personnel
Work-related
issues.
stuff.
Yeah, work related stuff like individuals and
Mm-hmm.
oh, I thought I got kicked off. Anyway, and I watched a little bit of it before they start coming in my office, and I was like, oh shit. And typically, if I say, oh shit, that caught my attention, I was like, yeah, I got to go to the theaters and watch this.
Yeah.
Quote
But
unquote, go to the theaters.
sometimes the trailers are overhyped the film. You got to find the right balance with it. Sometimes that's the thing about trailers. Sometimes you watch them. Sometimes they give you they give too much about the film or something like that. So I'm like,
Yeah, I agree. I forgot which X-Men that was, and I saw the trailers, and I went to the theaters, and I was like, I just wasted my money.
yep.
Alrighty, fellas. About to end this one. So,
All right.
thank y'all for participating and coming. Same bad channel, same different bad time. Woo! Later.
Peace.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the back.